Hola, and welcome to the Ultimate Business Growth Blueprint. This is a full course, a course that I used to sell. More than 1,000 people actually purchased this course when I had it for sale, and it is an end-to-end business in a box course. It is 4 hours of content and value, teaching you how to do exactly what I've done, which is generate more than $3 million from a remote Mexican beach. This is the thing that I wish I had when I got started. And if you don't know who I am, I'm Ray Green. I'm a strategic growth partner for B2B businesses. I have a couple online businesses that do consulting and provide other services to help companies scale up their sales team, scale up their revenue. And I've been fortunate enough to do that for the past 5 years from a beach in Cabo where I live with my family. And the process that you need to do the exact same thing, turn your expertise into income, is in this course. When I say end to end, I mean everything. It is clarify your vision. It is how to pick a lucrative niche. It is how to productize your services to make them more scalable so you don't have to sell time for money. It is how to build a funnel so that you have a marketing machine that is working while you're sleeping. It is how to fill that funnel with qualified leads and go get new prospects and clients for yourself, and even how to run a sales call. Now, here's the thing. I don't have a big pitch for you at the end of this. You're not going to go through this and see out of 4 hours time that there's only 30 minutes of shit worth watching and the rest of it is me selling you something. You are not going to get sold anything. This is literally me giving you what I know and what I've invested a lot of money figuring out and learning, investing a lot of time, a lot of resources, a lot of trial and error. Because when I came from corporate, I knew a lot about growth. I knew a lot about sales, but I didn't know a lot about how to market myself or position myself or sell my services or package my services online, right? So having the skill was different than marketing the skill to get clients. This is what you need to do that. Without further ado, I'm going to let you get to it. If you want to jump around, just go ahead and look at the chapters in the show notes below. You can jump to different sections. And if you have questions, if you're, when you go to implement this and put this into action, which I hope you do, most people don't, but put this into action and actually implement it. People have sent me testimonials, as you see. Go ahead and drop them below and we'll do our best to respond as quickly as we can. So without further ado, let me get out of the way and let you get to the course.
The client acquisition system course is the same content that Peter here used to implement lessons from what he learned into his business. He sent me this note unsolicited out of the blue and just said, hey, based on your free content, I've been able to drive my business to over $10,000 a month in MRR. And I have a lot of these, right? Another who's now a client of mine, Mike Rome, he actually went through the original course and put together a growth audit. He productized his services. He, basically packaged his expertise, which we'll talk about, and started selling a growth audit to his clients, a five-figure product and service. And that was before we'd ever worked together, right? So he did that and then reached out and said, hey, I'd like to fast track things to get to the next level. And I've got a bunch of others, right? But I shared these because, not because I want to waste your time with all of this, but I want to highlight something and you'll see that I'm kind of direct and transparent about things. Here's the thing. I know that less than 15% of people who get this course will even finish watching it. And that number is true across the board of online courses and true of even people that paid for it, right? Even as curated as this is, even as compressed and efficient as we've tried to make the learning here, it's less than 15% of people will finish it. And then only a small portion of that number will people actually take what they learn and implement it in their business. And I share a couple of these stories on the front end and there's more, there may be more on the landing page that you went to, because I want to challenge you to finish this and to go through this and to take action on it, because I know firsthand from the lessons in my own business, but also from the number of comments and testimonials and messages that I've received from people, from my clients. I know the process works. So I really want you to finish this and implement the lessons, even if you never give me $1, right? I legitimately want more people to unlock the lifestyle that I've been able to unlock by building online, by productizing my expertise. Now, some people ask me, why create it? And there's two reasons. One is, first of all, building online has unlocked a lifestyle for me that 5 years ago, frankly, I didn't think existed, right? I was in a C-suite. I was working with private equity. I was working, climbing the corporate ladder and working, traditional career trajectory, and things frankly were going well. I mean, financially, it wasn't like life sucked, but I was getting a lot of what I wanted, but it never really was when I needed. And at the time, 5 years ago, if you said, hey, Ray, you're going to be living in Cabo with your family, sending your kids to the top private schools, and you're going to have complete location independence. You're going to be able to pick the clients that you work with. You're going to be able to productize your expertise and create content for a living and coach and consult and, have the optionality that I have today. I would have said you were crazy, right? And it's because I didn't know the first thing about building online. I'll give you a little bit more about my background, but I want to share what I know because it was a tough road to build when you don't know much about building online, when you're an expert in one thing, but marketing and selling and getting clients to do that thing isn't your set of expertise. I had a lot of learning, and I want to accelerate the learning curve for people. And the second reason is some number of people that go through this course and actually implement what they learn are going to get results. And a portion of that audience may want to reach out to me to help fast track things even more, to get to the next level, to get additional structure, to get additional systems, templates, information, coaching, whatever it is, to just, again, accelerate the process. And this serves as a good way of, introducing myself. You can see how I think. You can basically see my process. You can see what it is that I coach and how I think about business building. And you'll just learn about me, and you'll see, hey, maybe it's a good fit. Maybe it's not. And that's perfectly fine. But the process and what you're learning here, I promise you, are lessons that you can apply into your business, whether or not we ever work together, and you'll get some results. Okay. So I want you to walk away with like a really clear sense of, what I would do if I started over. Basically, when I created this course, it was, hey, if I didn't have the experience that I've had over the past 4 or 5 years, and I had to start over from scratch, what would I do? And that's what this course is. That's how I structured it. That's how I thought about it. And, it's packing in my experience with clients, a lot of the services and coaching that I've paid for, a lot of things that I've just paid for with sweat equity and the lessons and trial and error. And this way you can avoid, some of my mistakes and reach the same goals or where I got to just a hell of a lot faster. And I want you to have the benefit of that experience. And again, I'm really happy to be with you on this journey. I'm looking forward to diving in. Now, what we're going to do here in the next few modules is we're going to get you set up real quick. One of the things that we have in the 2.0 version that you're now in is a playbook with some exercises, some templates, worksheets, things to implement and apply what you're learning. And that will help you install it into your own business. So we've got that. That'll take just a couple minutes to set up. Then I've got a quick video on the agenda. All right. Like basically, what are we going to cover and what's all included in this course, and, soup to nuts. This is what to expect. And then we'll dive into that content, and we'll start learning, we'll start doing, we'll start implementing, and we'll start growing. All right. Now there's one thing that I want you to do real quick. Should only take like 2 minutes to get you set up. And that is to get your business playbook. And we created a business playbook for this version just to help you take what you're learning and start to implement it and install it into your business. So these are worksheets, exercises, some of the questions that I ask in the actual lessons that you can start to actually work through. And then the bonus is, as you do that, you get everything consolidated into one place about the key ingredients and elements of your business. So if you ever do need to communicate your vision or who you work with or what you do or your offer, you have one simple place that you can share that with people. Okay. Now I built this in Notion, and which is what we use for our operating system for our business. You don't have to do that. Obviously, you can set this up here in just like a minute, really. So, what you do is you hop over here. I've got a link to go to Notion. It is an affiliate link, but the good news is you can use the free version of this. And you can go here, hop onto that link, and then sign up. And you can even use like your Google login or something like that to make it really simple. That's going to take you to a page like this. And this is actually just a brand new account that we've set up. And what I want you to do is take the link that I have below that. So I have a link directly to the playbook. And if you have the desktop version, this is what Notion looks like. But if you're just using the web version, you can come here, you plug in that link, and that's going to take you to a page that looks like this. And then you just simply duplicate it and duplicate it into your Notion. And you should be set to go. It'll take just a minute to load. And there you go. Now it's loaded into your Notion. You have access to all the worksheets, and they are yours to keep. That is your playbook. So go ahead and do that. Like I said, take just a few minutes to get set up, and then you should be good to go. But what I'm going to do here is just give you a quick high level view of what to expect. right? Like in the course and what we're going to cover just to set those expectations up front for you. And the first thing that we'll do actually is I'll give you a little bit of an introduction, right? And just my background. I promise you this isn't because I love talking about myself. I really don't. I'm not a narcissist, but I do know that in the online space, there are a lot of people giving advice, right? And experts and gurus are basically a dime a dozen, and anyone can sit in front of this camera and claim to do things and tell you to do things and give you advice. And, frankly, most of these people make money on their courses. They haven't made money in their business or oftentimes even in the space that they're selling stuff in. So I just want to give you my actual experience, right? And I'll be as transparent and an open book about what I've done up to consulting and up to coaching and up to building online, and then tell you a little bit about what that experience was like as well. You can listen to that and you can kind of look at it and go, all right, is this somebody that do I care what they think? Like, I'm a skeptical buyer and I kind of want to know the source of information if I'm going to listen to it. So that's really the whole point of that, right? And then what we'll do is we'll actually jump into the core curriculum, right? And I'm going to be as quick as possible, obviously in the introduction and the background piece, because I want to get into the bulk of the course. And as I mentioned before, the way that I've structured this is if I had to start over again, right? If 5 years ago, you said you've got to start all over, but you know what you know now. You don't necessarily have the audience. You don't necessarily have all these things set up, but you at least know what you know now. What would you do to get started? How would you go about getting to that first 10K, to that first 30K, to that first 40K, 50K? And I'm just going to walk you through the process as well as I can. Now, it's not a perfectly linear process, but there's basically 3 phases in my view. The first is getting clear about your vision, then strategy, then tactics, right? And think of it like you're cooking a gourmet chocolate cake here. And vision is the creative part, right? It's thinking about what you want it to be and, generally speaking, what you want this thing to look like. Okay. Strategy is basically creating a recipe or a framework or, a plan to make that happen. And then tactics is doing it, right? Like the day-to-day, the actual execution. And building a business is really similar, right? The order actually matters a lot, because even if you have all the right ingredients, if you don't go about the right steps in the right order at the right time, you're not going to get the same outcome, right? Like if you go out of order, you're not going to get a chocolate cake. If you do things not in the right order, as I did in the first time that I built, candidly, you don't get the same output. So success is in the sequence, as I often say. So what we'll do is we'll basically start with, narrowing your vision, like getting a real clear picture of, all right, what is this thing that we're building? What do you want it to be? Then we'll work on the strategy side of it. Okay. And, we'll help you make some strategic decisions about who do you want to serve? What problem do you want to solve? What makes you different? Like, how are you going to stand out? What is it that you're actually selling? Okay. And then after you've made some strategic decisions, then we'll get into the nitty gritty, like the tactical stuff. Like this is the tools. This is the tactical day-to-day hands-on step by step. What would we actually do with those strategic decisions? Like how would we implement them? Okay. And we'll go through all of that. Then I have a section, an extra section for just extra lessons. They didn't quite fit into a specific section. So they're really short videos, but just things that when I think back, I go, that's something that I want to make sure that you get, but it doesn't necessarily fit into the process. So I've got a section that's carved out just for bonus lessons, just some things to take away. And then I've got a section at the end for how else we could work together. What are some other resources? What are some of the other tools? What are some of the services that I offer that, you can get a good sense of what that looks like. And that's it. So we go through the vision, we go through the strategy, we go through the tactics, then we've got some bonus lessons, and then it's what's next at the very end. If you want to explore working together, cool. And if not, no harm, no foul. I hope you take value from this either way. So let's dive into the introduction section, the background, so we can get through that and we can jump into the curriculum here. Like I said, I'm just going to give you high level introduction and background into my experience and introduce myself a little bit. As I've mentioned, I'll keep this efficient because I don't love talking about myself, but there are 2 reasons really that I share the background. And one is that the credibility piece that I've said already. The other is my background and my experience set me up to have some expectations about what selling services and my expertise was going to be like online. Because I came from sales and I came from marketing. And in some ways that was an advantage, but in a lot of ways it wasn't. And, even prior to that, I had some entrepreneurial experience. So I just want to tell you the story, and I think it'll add some context to what we're going to cover here. Okay. So today I'm, the founder of Repeatable Revenue, which is a growth coaching and consulting company for client-based businesses. So, think professional services, think, consulting or high ticket coaching. Anything that's typically a high ticket service where you've got, consultative sales process, you've got to do some marketing, and you need to find efficient, scalable, productized ways to deliver the expertise and help somebody solve a problem. Right. But I obviously wasn't doing this forever. My story here is the first business that I had, I actually sold. It was actually a company. It was called Imagine Promotions, and I started out throwing raves, legitimate actual raves. Like I wasn't breaking into warehouses to throw illegal parties. Had a tax ID, had a legitimate business, threw a few raves, and then started investing into other companies, other promoters that were also in the promotion space. And then started to spin that into an agency, representing DJs around the world. And so I built up that roster of DJs and eventually sold that business to a larger agency. After that, I helped my mom turn around a business that she bought. It was a nearly bankrupt, small town florist. And, she bought that. It was in really bad shape. We ended up changing the business model. We took it online and eventually sold that to investors. And by the time that we sold that to investors, they actually weren't even interested in the brick and mortar side of it anymore. They were interested in the online business and that model that we had built and wanted to scale that up. So, that was a good experience. And then after that, I thought I liked politics, which I did for a period of time. So I joined the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. It's the world's largest business federation. And while I was there, I started as a sales rep and was promoted, 7 times in about 7 years. So went from sales rep to managing director of small and mid-sized business unit nationally. Okay. So, I oversaw the field sales team, oversaw the, phone sales, contact center, membership sales, digital sales. We actually started the digital sales for membership there. Political fundraising, customer service, you name it. And we led the chamber, that small business division, into its first increase in membership in over 10 years. We 33x'd member engagement using actually some of the same, modern marketing techniques that I talk about here. We had 33x'd in engagement with the membership base and ended up doubling revenue per sale. So had some really good wins at the chamber and had built a hell of a team, a hell of a culture. While I was there, I was also mentoring, startups at RevTech, which is a Dallas based VC and startup accelerator. So they have a lot of founders going through there. And, I helped mentor them and coach them, primarily on like the sales and marketing side of things. And then I got my MBA from Southern Methodist University, which is, I joined, it's a nationally ranked, executive MBA program. There I am like a dork, on graduation. I graduated with honors and was invited to Beta Gamma Sigma, which is, invite only for the top 20% of students at the top 5% of schools. And from there, I started working with private equity groups. Like basically between the MBA and the turnarounds, that we had at the chamber and some of the numbers that we posted up, I was recruited by a couple investor groups to lead some turnarounds of older companies that they were buying. So these are actually, pictures, from a board meeting of my first CEO role. And I came in, obviously it's my first CEO job. So I didn't know how to do any due diligence. And I said, sure. And I walked into a complete mess. Like it was, 45-year-old company with Post-it notes for a CRM, handwritten sales reports that were being physically mailed into the corporate office, no job descriptions. And I mean, it was just it was a train wreck. We wrote new playbooks though, and we installed sales systems. We installed CRMs. We digitized the whole place. We basically moneyballed the whole company, and we led that company to its first $1 million month, so had some success there. So these are the types of gigs that I was running. And along the way, I'd been featured by, Forbes and Grow with Co. and the Global Business Playbook and, several others on sales leadership, executive leadership, strategy, marketing, you name it. And it was from about this time that I burnt out with private equity. Like I hit a wall and didn't, it was a lot of fun on the one hand. I mean, we were making great money. But I clashed with the boards, and I was burning out. I was working way too many hours, and it wasn't as fulfilling as I thought it was going to be. So as I'm burning out, I said, you know what? I'm going to make the transition into taking what I know and figuring out how to use that in consulting. Like several of my mentors were pretty successful consultants. I seemed to like their independence and the money that they were making. So I started consulting, and I've had the opportunity to work with some really incredible clients. Like here, Robin Robbins, who is, the world's largest IT and MSP business coach, through her program at Technology Marketing Toolkit. They've had, 10,000 MSPs come through the program. She actually hosts the largest IT event in the country. And I've worked with her internally with her team and with her clients, like on the coaching and consulting and, with different sales things, hiring SDRs. I've built her fractional programs within her own business. So I've done a lot of work with her, still continue to. I've worked with, world-class entrepreneurs like Dan Martell. Dan Martell is a serial entrepreneur. He's had several successful exits, incredibly sharp dude. And he built SaaS Academy, where he asked me to come in and lead the building of the playbooks and making the initial sales team, scalable and getting that ready for the growth that they've seen. So I've gotten the opportunity to work with some really kick-ass people as a consultant. And through consulting, we've had some really good wins. One here, like that I mentioned is, I helped one of my clients, increase the number of inbound, like organic, demand generation strategies that we put together, helped them increase the number of opportunities by $247,000 a month. Helped another one of my clients increase their close rates. So conversion of those types of opportunities, helped them increase their conversion rate from 26% to 44% in just under 90 days. And that was primarily a system thing. That was a process within the sales. And another client we helped increase sales from $597,000 a month to $1.004 million in just under 90 days. No major overhaul of the team there. That also, sales playbooks. This is the importance of having the right systems and the right strategies in place. And you can bet going to the 1.004 million, man, we had to step on the gas. That was a big deal. So, the cool thing is I've had the opportunity to do this from a remote Mexican beach in Baja, right? When I'm now in San Jose del Capo with my family, I've got two sons and my wife here. When we first moved here, the first 3 years, we were actually, 2 hours north of where we are now. So it was very remote. And that's where I've been able to build a lot of this, and looking at the ocean, and it's just been like a really incredible experience. But I don't actually tell you this to brag, right? Like that's not the purpose of this. The reason I'm telling you this is I want you to know, like, I've made my money. I've made my mark in business, right? Like this, not selling programs on how to do shit online. Like I'm not your traditional consultant even. Like I'm an operator, and I use the operating experience as a consultant. And I've now done enough of consulting and worked with enough people to know how I would do this if I started over again. But there's a lot of people that sell stuff online, and the only thing that they've done really well is sell stuff online. And this isn't an MLM type of deal. This is, hey, I've had real experience. I still, to this day, my consulting still accounts for more money than any of my programs, or my courses or my coaching. And so the advice that I'm going to share here is how I've done that, right? It's what I've learned. It's how I would do it again if I started over, because like the way like when I tell the story, it makes it sound like, hey, he just transitioned from private equity to consulting and boom, like he's making good money and moves his family to a beach in Baja. Like this is easy. And it wasn't. It was not flipping a switch. It was, I had domain expertise, but I didn't know the first thing about how to package that expertise. I didn't know the first thing about how to market it. I didn't know the first thing about how to sell that expertise because I had never been a product, right? It was different to be packaging my own services and my own expertise. I was no longer objective, and it changed things. And in the book, The Business of Expertise, there's a good saying of, you can't read the label from inside the jar. And that was one of the challenges. The other challenge was the expertise that I had wasn't quite the same thing that I needed to really sell and market my own expertise, right? Coming into a company that's doing 10 million, 15 million in the systems that they have and the resources that they have, completely different ballgame, right? I didn't know much about, funnels. I didn't know much about tech stacks for solopreneurs. I didn't know much about, client acquisition systems and the way that we've got them here, or productizing services. So I had to experiment, a lot. And I tried a lot of things. I wasted a lot of time. I wasted a lot of money. I guess it's a lot of it is now tuition that I can package up and give to you. But a lot of this was trial and error. It was, spending money on things and things not working. And I'll share some of these as I go through, but all of this is rolled up into this course as lessons and the things that I've learned along the way to help you fast track the process, right? To get to a similar or the same or even higher levels of what I'm doing, but do it faster, avoid the mistakes, and just, take everything that I've gone through and put it to use faster, and more efficiently. So what we're going to do now is we're going to dive into the core curriculum. Like we're going to dive into each of these things now. Remember I said we're going to do vision, then we're going to do strategy, then we're going to do tactics. So we're going to get started with vision, and that's what we're going to do next. So let's get after it. The very first thing that I would do is I would narrow my focus, right? I would get really clear about what I was building, why I was building it, and then simplifying everything around that. I would create a North Star. And here's what I mean. In the movie Alice in Wonderland, there's the Cheshire Cat. And, she walks up to the Cheshire Cat and she says, hey, would you tell me which way I ought to go from here? And he responds and he says, well, that depends a good deal on where it is you actually want to go. And she says, well, I don't really care where. And he says, well, then it doesn't really matter which way you go. And she replies, says, well, as long as I get somewhere. And he says, oh, well, yeah, you're sure to do that if you only just walk long enough. And that's not the advice I want to give you. Like, hey, if you just work hard enough, you'll get somewhere. Like, I don't know if you're going to like the business that you end up building. I don't know if you're going to enjoy the lifestyle that you have at that point. I don't know if you're going to feel hostage to some machine that you've built. And there's a thing like with a lot of agencies that, frankly are just great on valuations because most of the time they're not systematic. They weren't built by design. They were just kind of chasing cash and chasing clients. And a lot of founders of agency types of businesses and service types of businesses just don't love their business in the long run. And it's because when they built it in the first place, there was never really a clear North Star. Like, this is what I want. And then building it by design. It was very, very reactionary, which I'll talk about. So you do care where you go, right? Like, you're not Alice here. You do care what kind of business you end up with. You do care how much money you make. You do care who you work with, what kind of work you're going to be doing, and how long it takes you to get there, right? So we're not going to do this. Okay. The clearer that you are about where you're going, the clearer that your North Star is, the easier it is to see, the easier it's going to be for you to build the best route to get there. Okay. So, think of it like a road trip. If you don't have a destination plugged in to your map, you're not going to get a very good route to get there. Right. And then the clearer the destination, the more optimal the route. Okay. So if I plug in a city, it's going to get me relatively close and it can get me, across the country. But in terms of helping me avoid traffic within the city and then, a right turn on this street, it's the specificity, and the clearer you are about the destination, the better the roadmap's going to be, the better you're going to be able to identify roadblocks, and the easier it's going to be to, avoid traffic jams and make adjustments and then continue to optimize the route that you have. Okay. And if you don't have a roadmap, like if you don't have a way of getting where you're going because you haven't defined where you're going, you're never going to know which turn is right for you. You're going to have all these forks in the road as you're building this business around which market you want to serve, what products and services you want to sell, how you want to charge, what it's going to say on your website. You're going to have all these different forks in the road. And if you don't have that destination plugged in and you don't have a roadmap, it's going to be really tough to make those decisions. You're going to get decision fatigue very quickly because you don't have a very good decision-making filter. And that is very dangerous because you end up going in circles, right? Like if you're on a road trip and you don't have a roadmap, you're going to end up all over the place. And you're also going to end up going backwards a lot of times. And then you're going to end up frustrated. And then you're going to change directions. And then you're going to, I'm going to try this thing over here. And that, I say it's dangerous because there's a cost to switching and pivoting in your business, right? And this is something that a lot of people kind of overlook. But the cost is that most things in your business are exponential, meaning they're harder to get going, but once you get them going, you're going to have exponential returns. Okay. It's not linear, right? A lot of the hard work of building things in your business, the business as a whole, and then things within your business is on the front end. Okay. It's hard to establish a brand in a market and become known for something and to build an audience. But when you do, the results become exponential. But when you're constantly changing directions, okay, when you're like what you are, who you are, what problem you solve, what you sell, what your services are, what you're branded as, it's like starting over at the very beginning all the time, which is the hardest spot. Okay. So you change something and then you start over. You change something and you start over. Then you never give your effort in the strategy a chance to get the real returns, which comes later on. The flip side of that is when you have a really clear focus, right? When you have that North Star and you're making decisions in accordance with that and you're consistent with that, you're going to give yourself the chance to actually become known as something, right? And you're going to get the exponential impact of all your effort. And it's not just in marketing. It's in every facet of your business. The market will understand, all right, what it is that you specialize in, which is going to make you better at marketing. And your marketing is going to help you earn premium rates. And then the premium rates are going to lead to better work. And the better work is going to lead to better results. And that's going to get you better case studies. And that's going to get you better clients. So it's like a flywheel, right? And that's why it's exponential. But starting over all the time is really dangerous. And that's the side effect of not having a clear North Star. All right. And what I'm going to do here is give you 8 questions that I would ask myself if I were starting over to get clear and start to develop a North Star. Okay. So how do you do this? So let's dive in. The first one is, what am I building? Right? Like there are a surprising number of different types of businesses, and the steps that you take to succeed with one aren't going to be the same as another. In fact, the steps that you take to build one type of business might actually take you backwards in another type of business. So I would ask myself, what am I building? Right? Am I building a side hustle? Right? Am I just building a side stream of $100,000 a year income? Am I working to be a freelancer? Right? Do I want to do all the work? Do I want to take my trade or my skill set and specifically apply it in exchange for money? Okay. Like, am I freelancing with copywriting, with digital design, with executive work? You can be an executive freelancer, and do quite well. Am I a solopreneur? Right? Am I building, like a company of one, basically selling some digital products and selling some more scalable services? Or am I building a business? Like something that like full on entrepreneurship, like something that actually scales or a lifestyle business, or maybe I want an 8-9 figure business that I want to build. Like even within that, there's different choices, and the blueprints, the roadmaps, whatever you want to call it, are going to be different to build one type of business versus another type of business. Like the decisions that you make to be a freelancer, if I wanted to sell my services as a fractional contractor and do executive freelancing, I'm going to make very different decisions than I am if I want to build a 9-figure business. Okay. So what kind of business am I building? You want to have a sense of what you're building right now, right? Like this can change. Like this isn't your life commitment. Okay. But you still need a North Star for what you're building right now. So maybe right now it's, hey, I'm going to focus on being a solopreneur. And once I hit a certain threshold, I'll evaluate. I'll evaluate whether I want to stay in the solopreneur space, or maybe I want to scale up at that point. But for right now, you want to clarify, what am I building? Okay. Second question I would ask myself is, what am I marketing myself as? Right. And here's what I mean. Premiums are paid to strong brands, and strong brands are built by becoming known for something. You can't really get known for something if you're trying to be all things to all people. Okay. So if I'm trying to be a consultant and a fractional contractor and a coach and, a creator and everything else at the same time, it's going to be very difficult for the market to start to know me as something. And that's going to make it difficult to charge premiums. Okay. So if you aren't clear about what it is that you do, then your market's not going to be clear about what it is that you do. And then they're not going to be clear on when to hire you. And you're not going to get the benefit of being established and specialized and known in that space, which allows you to charge higher rates. And if you're not doing that, then you're basically just chasing cash. Okay. If you don't know what you're marketing yourself as, you're chasing cash. And this is how you get stuck. Like, this is how you end up building a very reactive business. Whoever's sitting in front of me and whatever their needs are, I'm going to change my services. Okay. You need a consultant? Cool. I'm going to become a consultant right now. And you need coaching. I'm a coach too. And you need what done for you, more freelancing service. I do that too. That's just chasing cash, right? That is reactive. And if you've read 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, if you haven't, you should. But if you've read 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, the first habit of highly effective people is be proactive, right? You don't want to end up with a reactive business. You don't want to sell whatever it is the person across the virtual desk sitting in front of you wants. That is not a space that you want to be in. It's not where you get the leverage. It's not what's going to put you in a position of empowerment. It's not how you're going to create premiums and build the business that you really want, right? You're going to end up wherever the market kind of told you to go, as opposed to saying, this is where I'm going and I'm going to make the decisions that are going to get me there. Okay. So what am I marketing myself as? Am I marketing myself as coach, consultant, contractor? If I'm doing coaching as am I one-to-one coach? Am I one-to-many coach? So you want to get clear on that. Okay. The third question that I would ask myself is, what am I best at? Right? There's something that I call the adequate work trap that a lot of my clients fall into, that I fell into the first time that I kind of started selling services. And it's basically taking on work that you're good at, like you're adequate at. And it's a trap. It's a challenge, because barring the need for like cash right now, right? Like if you need cash right now, there's, Maslow's hierarchy of business needs right there at the bottom is going to be cash. So, I understand that there's certain financial needs that need to be met. But once your basic financial needs are met, if you're just chasing any client that you can get and selling work that you're just adequate at, it's going to be the wrong move, because you need pricing power. All right. Like, your ability to command premium rates is going to be correlated to your ability to deliver really great work. And if you accept work that you're just good at, that you're just adequate at, you're going to end up getting commodity rates, right? Because you're good at something, you're going to get good rates, possibly, but you're not going to get great rates because you're not doing the work that is your superpower. The other thing that's going to happen if you're doing work that you're just adequate at is you're going to have imposter syndrome. And I see imposter syndrome pop up a lot when people start questioning, all right, am I delivering incredible results here? Am I doing great work? Am I in my sweet spot? Am I in my superpower? Am I the best person to be doing this job? Like, when you start questioning that, you're usually in the adequate work trap, right? Like, you're not focusing on the thing that you are the best at, your zone of genius. And then that creeps into your marketing. That creeps into your content. That creeps into your sales process. That creeps into your delivery and how you're doing the work. That's not good. The other problem with the adequate work trap is you get kind of useless testimonials. Okay. One of the best things about service businesses is you can take work and leverage it to get great work. Okay. You can leverage case studies and testimonials and social proof and other things. When you are taking on random work and you're taking on work that you're just good at, you're going to get testimonials that, first of all, are like, yeah, he did pretty good, or she did pretty good. All right. That's not going to be super helpful. The other thing is they they aren't relevant to the next person. Like the adequate work that I did for this person is going to be different than the adequate work that I did for this person. So I do a little bit of marketing consulting, a little bit of sales coaching, a little bit of this, a little bit of this. Well, the testimonial for marketing consulting doesn't really help me for the sales coaching that I'm doing, right? So you miss the power of compounding. Go back to the chart from before, the exponential curve. And that's where testimonials, you look at a page of relevant testimonials and you go, wow, that's going to be impactful. If you look at a page of random stuff that's filled with, he did okay, or she did okay at this, that's not going to really help you, right? So you want to identify, where are you a badass, right? Like when you are doing a certain type of work or solving a certain type of problem or working with a certain type of client, what are you a badass at? Like not what can I do or what are my general strengths? Like this isn't a resume. This is a business. And if nothing comes to mind, then the question you want to ask yourself is, what am I prepared to become a badass at? What am I prepared to be world-class at? And focus like hell on that specialty. But bottom line, I'd take a step back and I'd say, all right, what am I actually best at here? Okay. Fourth question I would ask is, you've got, this one is a little different because people with identical answers to some of the other questions are still going to have different answers to this. Okay. So if I ask myself, what do I value most? This is going to help me filter the types of clients, the type of work and the type of rates and the type of everything that goes into my business. And some people want to maximize their free time, right? Like some people want to maximize their income. Like that's different for everyone. Some people are good with high six figures and, maybe $1 million business and lifestyle. Some people they want to take over the world, right? And there's no right or wrong answer. Like it's basically what makes life exciting for you and what do you need to actually flourish in that life, right? So a few things I value, right? Working remotely. Location dependence is something that I value a lot. And I've been offered a lot of money to relocate and take roles that, frankly, were a little tempting, but I looked at my value list. I said, no, like I value being able to work from a remote beach in Mexico and then picking the whole damn thing up and going and, traveling throughout the US all summer long, which we've done for a couple of summers in a row. I pick up my whole office and we go see my sister. We go see my other sister. We go see, the grandparents. We travel all around. That's really important to me. So that's something I value. You may not, right? I value spare time. Like I value spending time with my family. I value being present with my kids. And I would like, if there was a role that paid me a shitload of money, but it ate that, then I'd say, okay, like I'm not making decisions that are in accordance with my values. Okay. I value client interaction, right? Like I like engaging with my clients. That doesn't mean like full on accessibility 24/7, but I actually like the engagement. I like the coaching side. I like, solving complex problems, right? So those are things. I have some ideal income, right? Like it's, $1 million to the bottom line is my primary objective. And that's how I'll define success with this business, not whether we hit 8 figures, not whether we, have a team of 70 people. It's, hey, net million. Okay. Like that's for me, that's more than sufficient. That's my goal. That's my target. Yours is probably totally different. Yours could be 250,000. Yours could be 250 million. This isn't like an exhaustive list, but you want to take a step back and you want to say, what is it that I really value here? All right. And that's going to help you design the business that you actually really want in the long run. So that's the fourth thing I would ask. The fifth thing I would ask is, what is most important to me right now? Okay. Your business, it doesn't operate in a vacuum. Okay. Like it happens in the context of your whole life, and your life is always changing and we're always going through different seasons. So it's really important. It's essential to identify what's important right now in this particular season. Like when I started as a solopreneur, I was the sole income earner in our house. Okay. Like that's a responsibility that I've taken on. And I look at it and I say, okay, when I got started, cash and income, like stabilizing cash and income, while doing this full time online was a really important thing to me. Now, in the next season, once I solidified enough cash and consistency and stability with that, I was able to start making other decisions. So that's why right now is really important. Is it generating cash? My Maslow's hierarchy of needs, as I've mentioned. Is it consistent income for you? Is it scalable revenue? Maybe you're in a season where you can say, you know what? I don't even need income right now. I'm going to focus on audience building. Like that is the most important thing to me. I'm going to build my brand. Okay. So you want to say right now, what is most important to me? And you've got to have clarity on this, because it tells you what you're optimizing for. Patrick David Bett in his book, Your Next 5 Moves, talks about you've got to solve for X. Okay. What is X? What are you optimizing for? It's very difficult to get an answer if you don't know what you're actually trying to answer. So this helps you determine, what am I optimizing for right now? Having multiple things at the same time, it's like having multiple variables in a math equation. Like that's a hell of a lot harder problem to solve. Okay. So what's important to me right now? Question 6. What makes me feel alive, right? Like you're going to be spending a good chunk of your day working in one form or another. Okay. And if you want to avoid burning out in this business, then you've got to ask, what gives me energy? If every day is a grind and the work that you're doing all day depletes your energy, burnout is inevitable. Like dissatisfaction, unfulfillment, everything else, absolutely inevitable if you're not finding work that gives you energy. Doesn't mean you have to be doing it 100% of the time, but you want to know what these things are, right? So think back and say, like, what are the 3 projects that I would be most excited to work on again? Okay. If you've had some clients, like think through what are the few that I would love to do again, right? Maybe 3, like think about 3 pieces of work that you finished with more energy than when you started. Okay. So think about when you took on a client or a project or even some specific work, like even if it's tasks, think through what are the things that I finish with more energy than when I started, and what are a few clients that I've really enjoyed working with? Why? Like, what was it about them that really made me feel alive? And to me, this is the source of sustainability. Like, this is how you get long-term satisfaction in your business, because it's hard. No matter what, there are going to be parts of your business that are just difficult. Okay. And as you're going through, you've got to find the things that are giving you energy to make building your business a sustainable endeavor for you. Right. And the bonus is, if you find more work that gives you energy, you actually you just outwork your competition because it doesn't feel like work, right? Like one of the reasons professionals are professionals is because what you'll find underneath the surface, like with professional athletes, and other trades, is they just love practicing, right? They actually love doing what they do. So they go do it. Well, they outwork all the people that it's kind of a grind to. Like, okay, I'll put in my 8 hours and I'm clocking, I'm getting the hell out of here. Well, if you love what you're doing, you might put in the extra work because it gives you energy, right? So what makes me feel alive, right? 7th question is, what do I want this business to deliver for me as a founder? Okay. Now this is similar to the values, but think about this and think, what is it that I want the business to deliver for me? You started this business with some objectives in mind, right? Some amount of money, the values, go back to the values. Right? That's why you started this business, to have the opportunity to live according to those. Now, what do you want the business to deliver for you? Is it a certain level of income? Is it location independence like it is for me? Is it a certain amount of freedom with your time? Right? Like whatever it is that you want, like you just want to be clear with it, because this is how we are going to basically build a business by design, to have a lifestyle by design. Right? Like if time with your family is really important, you've got to design the business accordingly, right? It's not going to just naturally end up that way unless you're lucky. You don't want luck to play into your business strategy. You want to say, these are the things that I want. 3 years from now, as a founder, this is how I see myself spending my time. This is how much revenue I see. This is how much income I see. This is how much I value a team, or being solo, or some distributed structure with freelancers and contractors. I don't know, like whatever it is, you really want to take a step back, get really clear and say, what do I want this business to deliver for me as a founder? And 3 years from now, what is that founder feeling that I have, right? What am I doing? And how am I enjoying my day? How am I allocating my time? What kind of work am I doing? And this will help you, again, be proactive. Okay. And then 8th is, what kind of business now is needed to deliver this? So you go back through these 7 questions. Okay. And you look at these and you go, okay, this is what I value. This is what's most important right now. This is what I need the business to deliver. So you've answered these 7 questions. Now you want to look at it and you want to say, all right, what kind of business is actually needed now to deliver this? This should give you some sense of, all right, like, maybe freelancing just actually isn't an option. I want a $5 million business and I want to be, golfing half of my day, then looking at a golf course. Then, okay, cool. Like, what kind of business is necessary to do that? Well, to do that, then you're going to have certain constraints. Okay. You have to either be like ultra high ticket or you've got to build a team, right? So this is how you start to turn this exercise into a decision-making filter. And this 8th question is basically the cumulative effect of all the other answers. Okay. So you take those answers and you say, what are the factors that this business has to have? And what are the factors that this business can't have? That's basically the kind of business that I've got to build here to deliver what I want. That is how you end up with a business that's sustainable. That is how you end up 3, 5, 7 years from now with a high sense of satisfaction and not just another pissed off entrepreneur who's working too hard in a business that they don't like, never quite satisfied, too much responsibility. This is how you end up with the exact opposite of that, right? You spend the time the way that you want to spend the time, making the money that you want to make, working with the clients that you want to work with. Those kind of things aren't going to happen just by accident, as I've said. Okay. So these are the 8 questions that I hope help you establish your North Star. All right. Now, what does this look like when it's well done? I'll give you a couple of examples. Also, to demonstrate there is no right answer here, right? Like it is very individual to you. And that's why your North Star is going to be very different than my North Star. So what does this look like when it's done? Well, my buddy, Justin Welsh, perfect example of, somebody that at the very beginning had a very clear vision, said, I'm going to be a solopreneur. He took a couple of companies from 0 to 50 million in ARR. He'd built a couple of unicorns. He burns out, had some health issues and said, I don't want to do that shit anymore. I don't want to build the next tech unicorn, right? I want to build a highly profitable business that allows me to do the work that I really want to be doing. He likes, creating, he likes writing, helping the people that I want to help. And I want to, at the very beginning of his journey, he said in his tagline, he said, building a $5 million portfolio of diversified businesses, like streams of income as a solopreneur. Cool. He was very clear about that from the onset, and all of his decisions have been consistent with that because he's had that as a filter. And I'm sure that he's had a ton of opportunities come up that were highly lucrative. Like, all right, make a shit ton of money doing that. But they were in conflict with his North Star. So that served as a way of saying, no, like I know where I'm going. I'm not going to take these detours on this roadmap. I'm not going to get confused. I'm going to stay the course towards my North Star. And he's done incredible with this. Like he has built a massive audience. He's been insanely effective with his content and with his products. And it's because he has absolute clarity on what it is that he's building, which allows him to double and triple and quadruple down on things in his business that are going to help him get there without question, right? Like he's not doing this going, okay, maybe I should be taking a left here. Maybe I should be taking a right. Like, no, he knows what he wants. He's being proactive about going to get it. And because he knows what he wants, he can build the plan to get there. All stuff that's tough to do if you don't have a North Star. Now, the flip side of this, because Justin's an incredibly successful solopreneur, flip side of this, client of mine, Dan Martell. Dan Martell said very beginning with SaaS Academy, which is a B2B SaaS coaching program, said, we're going to build a $100 million business, right? Like this is my vision. He proclaimed it publicly. He put it into a vivid vision document. All the new recruits see it. It is something that he talks about frequently, and he knows what he's building. Very different than Justin's, right? There is no right answer though, because Dan can make decisions that are going to help him get to his North Star. Justin can make decisions that are going to help him get to his North Star. Okay. And those are going to be different decisions. If you don't understand where you're going or what you're building and don't have your North Star, everything is confusing. Everything becomes a tough decision because you don't know which one's right, and you don't know which one's right because you don't know where you're going. Okay. So these are a couple just examples that I wanted to share with you because I think these are two people that to me reflect very strong visions that have been incredibly successful in getting to those visions. And they are very, very different. Okay. Again, no right answer here. Now, some other clarifying questions that you're going to want to answer. Who is my target market? What problem am I going to be helping them solve? How do I stand out in a really crowded market with more people selling services and expertise? Like, how am I going to differentiate? What am I selling? Right? Like, what is it that I'm actually selling? How will I sell it? How am I going to get leads? And then once I get those leads to come in the door, how am I going to sell them? These are questions that the rest of this course is going to answer. It's going to help you work through all of these things. Okay. It's going to, it's on the niche. It's on the target market. It's on the problem you solve. It's on the, creating a unique selling proposition. It's productizing your service. It's setting up some marketing. It's a sales process. These are the other clarifying questions that you're going to want to answer, but that's what the rest of this course is designed to do. Okay. What I want you to do here though, with the North Star is build a business by design so that you can live your life by design. Okay. If I can give you, if you take nothing else from this course, this is essential. This is critical. This is something that I see people waste years building this thing in a reactive state of mind, chasing whoever has money right now, changing their offers, changing who they are, changing what they're doing, never clear on where they're going. And it's frustrating. And it's maddening to me because having gone through it and learned the lesson very quickly, like, all right, this is not the thing that I want. And I don't even know where I'm going. So I don't know where I'm going to end up, which means I don't know if I'm going to like the business. And that means I don't know if the 3, 4, 5 years that I put into building this thing are going to be worthwhile. This is how you avoid wasting all of that time and maximize the likelihood of getting where you want to go by clarifying where you want to go first. All right. So there is a North Star framework is in the playbook that you've got. So I want you to go ahead, start working on that. Like start answering that, work through these questions, and hopefully this helps you clarify destination, which helps you build the plan, which helps you get going. Again, vision, strategy, tactics. Once I've established that North Star, right, and knew what I was building, knew what was important to me right now, what gives me energy, what kind of business that needs to be, I've gone through those exercises and I've got that dialed in. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to simplify, and which is a theme of this whole course. I'm going to continue to simplify and focus in on establishing some really strategic positioning for myself and my business. Okay. And here's what I mean by that. I would make some decisions around who or what my market was going to be, what problem I'm going to help them solve, like get crystal clear on that. And then think about how I'm going to differentiate myself as a service provider in a crowded market. And it's all part of positioning, right? And so I break this down into two components. There's nailing down your niche, which is part of that. And then there's establishing a unique selling proposition. So that's what we're going to do next. We're going to first do the niche exercise. Okay. So we've got vision. Now we're getting into strategy. What is the niche? And niche, whatever the hell, has to be niche, because otherwise you can't say riches are in the niches. Right. Anyway, we're going to do the niche exercise. Then we're going to establish a unique selling proposition. Okay. So let's dive into those two things next, starting with niche, then the USP, and we'll get rolling on that. Nail my niche. And what I mean by that is at this stage, once I've clarified the vision, just like I said in the last video, what I'm going to do is start to establish some positioning. And the first part of that is I get really clear on what my niche is. All right. Now, what I'm aiming to do here is set myself up to be able to charge pricing premiums. Okay. I want to be able to charge premiums in my rates and for my services and for my expertise, because that means more money in the same or less work. Okay. Now, pricing premiums go to experts, right? But no one really knows how much of an expert you are until after they hire you, right? Like before that, you're only as good as your marketing. So you need your marketing to be able to tell the story of your expertise. It needs to be able to demonstrate where you're going to sit in the market, who you are, what your specialty is, why you should be able to charge a premium for your services. And Marketing 101 is, in order to do that, we've got to know who we're marketing to. Okay. And I'm not just talking broad markets, right? Like I talk to some businesses that say, I work with small businesses. Okay. Or, I market to women. Okay. Now those are huge audiences, like really broad audiences with a lot of diversity within them, right? Of personalities, of income classes, of interest. I mean, you name it, right? Like small business is a massive market. You can't really market to small business. You can't really market to women. You've got to get a little bit more granular than that. So I'm talking about really honing in on who you're talking to. And for me, like when I started consulting, when I started selling services online, this was not what I did right out of the gate, right? Like this was a mistake on my part, was not getting specific enough with who I was marketing to and how I was positioning myself and where my expertise were going to lie. And it's, if not one of the most detrimental mistakes I made, it's one of the most common that I see a lot of clients of mine make as well. So when I was getting started, here's what I thought. I thought, hey, I've got, executive level experience. I've got a lot of sales experience. I've got a lot of marketing experience. I've got a lot of building cultures experience. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this wide net approach, right? I'm going to cast as wide a net to as many people as possible and market all of my strengths in the hopes that I'm going to be able to capture at least some very small segment of that very broad market that I was marketing to, right? And it wasn't like I just went out and said, hey, I'm going to sell shit to everybody, right? I mean, I thought I was being somewhat targeted, and I stayed in like the B2B space, right? So, B2B sales, B2B marketing, but it was still very general. It was still very broad. And I was trying to appeal to this broad audience and casting that wide net because I felt like that was the safer approach for me. In other words, hey, you know what? If all of my marketing assets and my website and my content and the things that I'm putting out there into the marketing world, appeal to a lot of people, it's going to help me get more clients, right? Like the wider the net, the wider the audience, the higher the likelihood of it appealing to someone, right? But here's the problem. That approach, in one way, it was good because, it was a way for a lot of people to kind of understand what I did. It was a good way for a lot of people to see my stuff. It was a wider net. So they'd get to the website and go, okay, like this kind of resonates with me. And so a lot of people could hit my website and my landing page and go, okay, like, I can kind of see like this is maybe within my wheelhouse or within his wheelhouse. But what it didn't do was allow anybody to really deeply resonate and say, holy shit, this guy is reading my mind, right? Like I get to their landing page or I get to their website and I look at it and I go, holy, they're talking to me, right? That never happened because I was casting too wide a net. So all of my marketing kind of appealed to a lot of people, but never really appealed to anybody in particular. It's kind of like, if you're a restaurant, for example, and you want to get everything on your menu, right? You want to appeal to everybody that could potentially walk by your restaurant. So you put everything on the menu. You've got 11 pages of everything from gourmet lobster and, souffles to, bar burgers. Okay. So you've got this massive, massive menu. Well, I compare that to a restaurant that we have here in San Jose del Cabo, La Lupita, and they sell tacos. They sell different kinds of tacos, but it's tacos, right? They are a taco place. When you sit down, they even tell you like, hey, so you're going to eat tacos today, right? And within that menu, it's very specialized, a lot of gourmet tacos, a lot of specialties. Well, they're really well known as the place to get the best tacos in town. Really well known. Okay. Now on this other menu, there's tacos in there. It's like a page 8, maybe like right behind hamburgers or something like that. And they've got, a handful of tacos there. Let me ask you, who's going to be able to charge a premium for their tacos? Who's going to become more well-known in a market for anything in particular, other than offering everything, right? Or who's going to be really well-known for being really damn good at something? Well, obviously La Lupita, right? Like if you try to offer everything, you end up really not truly offering anything in particular. Right? Like you're not going to be known as a specialist. You're not going to be known as the expert. You're not going to be able to charge premium pricing. So it ends up working against you, right? Like casting a wide net, trying to appeal to everybody ends up working against you. And you end up being a generalist, so think about the menu that's on there. Chances are you're going to be known as the person that kind of does everything, but not really damn good at anything. So you fall into the camp of being a generalist. And that is the fastest road to being commoditized. and commodities are chosen on price, right? And acquiring clients on price is going to lead to being overworked. It's going to lead to being underpaid. And I know this because I did this. Like, this is one of my mistakes. And if you're overworked, underpaid, competing on price, I'm almost certain that you're going to end up with a business that you don't love, that you can't stand working in, which is even more frustrating because you built it, right? Like you left the corporate grind to go build this thing. And then you get down the road and you're like, I don't even like this thing that I built, right? Like I'm working my ass off. I'm not making a ton of money. And I know from both sides of the coin, like having done this, like going out, casting the wide net, having to make up for the lower prices with higher volume, right? I had more budget sensitive clients. I was doing more surface level work. I was grabbing people from places like Upwork, or, again, modifying my services and what I was selling and who I was to whoever was in front of me. And I ended up with a bunch of budget sensitive clients trying to make up for low prices with higher volume. And it sucked. I know that side of it. And then I also know the other side of it, where I've had 2 clients paying me $40,000 retainers a month, and the level of work that I was able to do with them, the depth of work that I was able to do with them, the case studies that I was able to get from them, the fact that I was able to take that work and go get more work in the same space. So knowing both sides of this, I can tell you, you want to land on the side with premiums. Now, if I had done what it took to get more of the higher paying, lower volume, higher paying, higher quality work on the front end, like that alone would have probably would have cut the amount of time that it took me to get to the levels that I wanted to get as a consultant, as a service provider, in half. Because doing all the high volume stuff, and I'm not talking like, Walmart level. Like, it wasn't like I had hundreds of clients at a time, but I was working with 10, 12, 14 people at lower rates instead of 2 or 3 at significantly higher rates. And all the work that I was investing over on this side with the higher volume stuff was an opportunity cost, right? Like, I was wasting my time. I wasn't doing the work that I really wanted to do. I wasn't getting the expert pricing. I wasn't getting high value testimonials. So if I had just done the marketing work, the strategy work necessary to just target the right clients on the front end and get really specific about that market and understand who it was, I would have cut the amount of time that I'd spent to get up to certain levels probably in half. And not only would it have cut the time in half, it would have been a more enjoyable ride to that point, because I would have been working with people that I really wanted to work with. Now, it was a kind of a tough pill to swallow initially because, I needed to generate cash. I needed to generate income, and saying no to some work, saying no to any work, frankly, was like, felt kind of dumb. Like, right, I need to generate income. I need to generate some cash. I need some clients in the door. I should say yes to anything that's in front of me. Kind of like bird in the hand, work 2 in the bush. But there's certainly times that that's true. But in this case, the opportunity cost that it took and the amount of busyness that I created by saying yes to lower level work and not specializing and not defining what my market was going to be and what my niche was going to be and focusing like hell on that actually slowed me down significantly. So the cost long run was significantly higher, right? So that's something that you can learn from my mistakes. Now, here's the thing. If you're watching this course, I promise you that you don't have enough resources to be marketing effectively to multiple markets on multiple channels, selling multiple products to multiple audiences, right? Like, you don't have the firepower, the marketing firepower to be able to do that. In fact, like, large companies barely have the firepower to do that. Like, even large companies with billion-dollar budgets still specialize, right? And the reason's pretty simple, because if you are investing, take all of the marketing that you have today, the firepower that you have today, like all of the ability to create content, or to even get some ads up, or to, get some referrals in the door, or whatever it is that you do to get clients, which we'll talk about. But whatever you do to get clients, there's a certain amount of bandwidth that you have, resources in terms of time and money that you have. And if you dilute that across multiple channels to multiple audiences, trying to sell multiple products, you're basically just trying to boil the ocean, right? Like, you can't be in multiple markets effectively. You can't be on 5 or 6 channels effectively. You can't sell 4 or 5 different products effectively as a one person business or as a 2, 3, even 4, 5 person business, you're not going to do it efficiently. You're going to be spread too thin, and you think you're doing more, but you're not doing it well enough for it to matter. So it ends up being wasted. Your efforts are diluted, right? Like you end up wasting time, you end up wasting money. It's a frustrating exercise. And here's the thing, like go back to the wide net mentality. You're going to end up catching a bunch of stuff that you don't want, right? Think back to like the wide net, right? Like you say, I work with all of these audiences and do all of these things and sell all of these types of services. You cast that wide net, you're bound to catch some stuff, but is it the stuff that you really want, right? Or is it just going to be stuff that just takes more of your time, takes you away from doing the stuff that's going to guide you to your North Star, right? Like you've gone through the work of determining what that is. Are the people that you're working with and the work that you're marketing yourself to get actually going to move you closer to that North Star? Or are you just trying to be all things to all people, diluting yourself? Now, serial entrepreneurs, Layla Hormozy and Alex Hormozy, who I actually used the same slide in the first version of this course, and it was 2 years ago. Hormozys are now much more well known, but they're serial entrepreneurs. If you don't know who they are, serial entrepreneurs, they've got a portfolio of companies that's valued at over $100 million. Ton of content, great content that's out there. And one of the things that they say consistently that I really like is, until you're at 1 million, you have one product, one avatar, one market, one channel, right? Because up to that point, you're just figuring out what to do, right? You're just figuring out what to sell, who to sell it to, how to deliver it. And until you get to that level, there's no sense in even trying to straddle different markets or diluting yourself or trying to boil the ocean, as I had in the last slide. So as time goes on and the more experience that I get, I find the more narrow my audience gets, like the more narrow my messaging gets, not the opposite. Like the more that I learn, the more I think, wow, like double down, right? Find what works and double down on that. Get more focused as time goes on. But certainly until you're at 1 million with, one product, one avatar, one channel, one market, there's more than enough market to get hyper focused and allows you to do everything better. All right. And had I known this earlier, the reason I'm beating this is had I done this earlier, it would have accelerated my progress. Okay. Now, if I'm looking to define my market today, there's 3 things that I'm basically going to look for: demographics, firmographics, psychographics. Okay. Demographics are basically, they are statistical stuff, right? Think facts about your market, for the buyers that you were selling to. Okay. So, census data type of stuff, it's age, it's gender, it's income, those types of things that you would look at on a list. Okay. Firmographic is really similar, but it's for the business. If you're selling to businesses, if you're B2B, firmographic is essentially the same stuff of the demographics, the individual, the person, but for the business. So you think facts. Okay. What's the revenue size? What's the geography? What industry are they in? What's their SIC code or their NAICS code? Any of those things, like statistical metrics that you can perhaps go find the list to buy or would look at on a spreadsheet or allow you to segment your market a little bit. And then there's psychographics. Okay. And psychographics, in my view, that's where it's all at. Even when you're selling a B2B type of service, even enterprise level sales, the psychographics of your buyers is arguably to me the most important piece, because this is where you get into the actual buyer's attitudes. Like you get into the psychology, you get into the mindset, you get into what are they thinking. So what are their attitudes? What are their aspirations? What are their real challenges, right? What mistakes are they making and why are they making those mistakes? And what are the frustrations and what is it keeping them from doing? And what's the real transformation that they're really looking for, right? Not at a factual level, but at an emotional level. What are the things that are keeping them up at night? Okay. And to me, that's where the real power is, right? When you're writing content that effectively joins the conversation that they're already having in their head, then it is a completely different ballgame, right? That's when you are really seen as an expert, because when I get to a landing page or I see a post or I watch a video and I think that person is reading my mind, then you have developed a level of credibility and a level of trust that is going to earn you premiums. Okay. And almost all of that comes from psychographics. Now, how do you choose between these? it might be a mix, right? Like you might take the three different pieces and you might say, you know what, I'm going to take these industry, this size of company. Okay. And I'm going to primarily sell to this type of buyer. Okay. So I'm going to mix some of the firmographics and the demographics, and then I'm going to break that down and I'm going to say, okay, what is their mindset? What's their state of mind? Where are they at? Like, what are their real frustrations? What is that conversation that's happening in their head? So really, it's not like picking one or the other. It's taking a combination of these things and saying, all right, how can I start to get specific with who I am marketing to and who I am selling to and who I want to help? Okay. And this is a big part of nailing down your niche. But I look at that as half of the niche. Okay. I look at the other half of the niche is, what problem am I going to solve for them? Okay. Because you can pick a really good market. You can get the demographics and the firmographics right, and even the psychographics right, but still get stuck offering a hodgepodge of services. Like, for example, if I pick B2B SaaS businesses that are at a certain level of funding and certain type of growth and a certain type of buyer and a certain type of industry, and even start to understand that buyer a little bit, I can take those things, but still think, well, shit, like there's a lot of problems that I could solve for that audience. Okay. So the more specific you get on the problem that you solve for them, the more well-defined your niche is going to be. So on the one hand, you've got the target market, and that's the audience, right? Then the other part of that is, what's the problem I am going to help them solve? When you get these two things together, when you define this, you have got a really powerful niche. Okay. Because you now know where to get the data, because you've got some demographics and firmographics. You now know how to get the messaging, and you know, hey, this is the specific problem that I'm going to help them solve. And that makes the conversation much clearer, because when you know your audience and you know the problem that you're going to help them solve, and you can put those two things together, you allow yourself to earn premiums, right? Think about it this way. Imagine you're the founder of a B2B SaaS company. Okay. And you're killing yourself trying to keep up with the sales calls that are coming into your business, and run the business and do everything else that you've got to keep this business going. So you're overworked, you're frustrated, you're overwhelmed. You don't know how to hire somebody to replace you into sales. You're not sure even where to start with the process. Then you get 3 cold emails, and one email says, hey, I'm a sales consultant. Okay. Cool. Helps. One email says, I'm a B2B SaaS sales consultant. Okay. You think, all right, that's going to resonate with me already more clearly. Okay. Because at least they know the target market, and that adds some level of credibility, right? Like some level of assumed expertise that you're going to have. And then you get a third email that says, I'm a B2B SaaS consultant that specializes in sales, and I have a process that helps founders of SaaS companies remove themselves from a sales process and replace it with a repeatable sales motion. Who are you most likely to reach out to? And when push comes to shove, you get a proposal from all 3 of these. Who are you most likely to trust can actually solve your problem? And because of that, there's lower perceived risk. And because of that, you're able to charge more rates, because rates and risk are inversely related. The more risk that I think that there is, the less I'm going to be willing to pay for stuff. Okay. So specializing helps your marketing establish you as the expert and build the credibility and the trust that you need to charge premiums. Now, when you're just getting started, you may not have both of these dialed in. You may not have the target market and the problem to solve. That's okay. Like pick one, right? If you can't define both of these really clearly, like that's where you want to get. But if you can't define both of these really clearly on the front end, pick one and then work into the other. Okay. So if you know the audience that you want to work with, but you're not really sure the problem that you want to solve, work with that audience for a limited period of time, identify the really valuable and urgent problem that you can solve, and then layer that in. Or vice versa, right? Like you can pick a problem to solve, work with different audiences to solve that problem, get a couple of case studies in a specific market or in a specific industry, something like that, and then double down there, right? And then layer that on. Okay. But what you don't want to do is you don't want to go to market without either of these really well defined. And you want to aim to get both of these well defined in some period of time. right? Like you don't want to run with just the market or just a problem to solve, because you really want your marketing to be able to do a lot of the heavy lifting for you and being able to establish authority, credibility, trust. Okay. Now, one other tip here. If you're not sure, right? Like if you're not sure who your market's going to be, if you're not sure what problem you're going to solve, and you've just got a blank slate, okay, and you're saying, I'm not sure where to start, but you know kind of what you want to build, you just don't know the market, you just don't know the problem you want to solve, then one tip that was shared with me is if you find an audience that you're a few steps ahead of in some journey, in some, experience, in some knowledge, maybe in your career, right? Like maybe you are further ahead of some audience and you can pick that audience to work with. Maybe in your business growth, you can look at the audience that may be right behind you. And that's usually a good audience to sell to, or a life experience or something else. Like what is it that you've captured that you're a few steps ahead of somebody else? You'd be amazed at how valuable your knowledge and your expertise can be to somebody that's just a few steps behind you. Now that's a really good way to understand very clearly who you're talking to, because you're talking to you just a few steps behind. Right. And this course is literally an example of doing just that, right? Like we've built a decent business. And what I know is that from my experience in building this thing online, as I started talking about it online, as I started posting, there were a lot of people that raised their hands and they said, holy shit, like, are you talking to me? Like that's the same frustration that I've been dealing with, or that's the same challenge that I've been having. And they're going through the exact same thing. And, so people raise their hands and said, hey, how did you address that? And I said, well, hey, this is in and of itself, like the problems that I have solved and the things that I have worked on are helpful to somebody that hasn't solved these yet. Right. Like, so I can help people package up and productize and set up marketing and set up their sales processes in much the same way I have to get my consulting business to what it is. So we package it up. We systematize it. We started coaching some people and the process works. We use those case studies. Those case studies work with more people and resonate with more people because they're going through the exact same thing. And this is like, frankly, it's an example of that. So, selling to somebody or an audience that's potentially just a few steps behind you is a really great way to hone your market. And it's really easy to know like what your market's thinking because it is you, right? Like people see your content and they go, hey, like, I feel like he's writing to me, or I feel like she's writing to me. Well, in many ways you are, if you're selling to an audience that's a few steps behind you. So, either take the expertise that you have, identify the market, identify the problem that you want to solve, define those two things, and you've got a powerful niche. If you're not sure where to start, then evaluate where you're at and what you've accomplished and be objective about it. Like don't discount a lot of your experiences and think, all right, what's an audience or who's an audience that's a few steps behind me that I can show how I've solved some of these significant challenges and leverage that. So a couple ways to get started with that, but very, very important step. So to help you get started with this, I've got a worksheet in here. So you can go to the nail your niche exercise in the playbook and just head over there, start working through that. And I've got some instructions to walk you through and hopefully that helps. And then what we'll do next is we'll jump into creating a unique selling position to solidify your positioning as you get going. And that's the strategy component. Now, hopefully you have filled out the North Star worksheet and the worksheet for nailing down your niche. All right. Now what we're going to do is we're going to jump into something that is really missed by a lot of people when they start building online. Certainly was for me. And that is creating a unique selling proposition. All right. Now, when we're talking about a unique selling proposition, we're basically talking about a very intentional and strategic way of standing out in your market. Okay. Now think about it this way. You do some sales consulting. Okay. And, I'll use kind of like from the last example, just use, you do B2B SaaS. Okay. You do sales consulting. You're in a room with 15 other sales consultants, right? And some of them might work with SaaS businesses too. And a perfect, ideal client walks into the room with the exact problem that it is your superpower to solve. Okay. The question I have for you is, how does that client know that you are a perfect fit? Right? They look around the room. There's 15 sales consultants. A few of them are SaaS sales consultants. What makes you different? Right? What makes you better? And more importantly, how do they know that? Right? You know it, everyone else in the room might know it, but if your ideal client can't tell or doesn't know because you haven't established some strategic positioning and created a unique selling proposition, then back into the commoditization piece. Okay. So a unique selling proposition is what helps you stand out, right? There's a sea of sameness that's happening right now. And in my view, this is more important now than it's ever been before. And the reason is the solopreneur movement, the great resignation, the number of people that are selling their services online, the number of people that are starting side hustles online, the number of people that are like packaging their expertise and selling them online is continuing to grow every day, right? Like every day, hundreds or thousands more people are getting online to sell their stuff. Okay. They're to sell their expertise, to sell their course, to sell their consulting, to sell their coaching, whatever it is. And you've got to know and be able to communicate and to convey why you're different to your audience. And if you don't do this intentionally and you don't do this strategically, then your prospects and your clients, they're going to make decisions based on factors that they can see. Okay. Because if you haven't given them anything else to make decisions on or anything else to consider or any other reason to pay you more, then they're going to make decisions based on what they can see. And what they can see, things like pricing. Like if I'm sitting with 2 proposals sitting in front of me for fractional CFO services, I can clearly see what the price is. And if that's the only thing that I'm making my decision based on, then you've basically just commoditized yourself. And the reason I hit on this so hard is because commoditizing yourself is the fastest way to burn out in a service or expertise based business, because you've got to take on more clients at lower rates and you end up with, you're exhausted, right? Like you're overwhelmed and it's frankly an unfulfilling business. I've had a dose of that. I've had a little bit of experience with it and said, this is not the road that I'm going to go. And I've seen it a lot with clients. So what I'm trying to do is get you to think through what are the ways that I can position myself strategically to earn more. And the USP is where that comes in. Okay. Now, when I'm talking about a unique selling proposition, I'm not necessarily talking about like a cute statement or a one-liner that's never going to have any like real practical use in your business. Like if you Google some great USPs, you're going to get like these one-liners. You're going to get these statements that you go, okay, that's cool. You're going to spend a lot of time thinking through what is that statement. And it doesn't actually have any real practical purpose or any real use in the day-to-day of how you're running your business or how to get you more rates. Okay. So when I say a unique selling proposition, I'm talking about a set of strategic decisions that you're going to make about who you work with, how you work with them, how your business is different, what sets you apart. And here's just some of the criteria that we use when we're coaching, right? To create these. One is specialty. Okay. Go back to the niche piece. Like I only work with this audience is a good way of specializing, and that creates a USP. If I've got a generalist CFO in front of me on this proposal, and I've got a CFO that specializes with $1 million online businesses that like, you go, okay, like I think they get me more and I'm probably willing to pay a little bit more because the perception is they know more about me. Okay. Or I only solve this specific problem, right? Like I remove B2B SaaS founders from their sales process and replace it with a sales motion. Cool. I fix or optimize cash flow for this type of business. Cool. So you can solve a specific type of problem. So specialty is one way. Experience is another way. So you can have deep experience in a specific thing, right? And you can leverage that. Or you can leverage diverse experience, right? Like I worked with a lot of different industries and then harnessed all of that experience into part of my unique selling proposition when I was doing the sales consulting stuff. On the other hand, when I got my first private equity CEO role, a lot of what set me apart was I had modernized sales operations and sales teams and sales processes for an old institution and brought those into the new century. Okay. Well, when these investor groups were buying old companies and said, wow, like we need somebody that's going to take this door-to-door sales force and reinvent it and revive it and install some technology, maybe even replace it. Hey, Ray can do that. Okay. Another thing that you can do with experience is, you can leverage that I've done it, right? Like you can leverage your own story. So on the coaching side of things, with repeatable revenue, I look at it and I say, listen, I've gone through this process that you're going through. Like I've gone through it. I've done it, and I've done it with a lot of other people as well. So you can leverage that as part of it. So think through the experience. Just don't get caught up with like generic stuff. Like, hey, I've got 20 years of CFO experience. Like, hey, I'm going to assume that if I'm hiring an expert for something, that there's some baseline level of expertise or some experience. So, just think about what makes you unique. Okay. Social proof is another way of standing out. I've got a buddy of mine that's got an incredibly successful sales coaching program, and he uses what he calls an obnoxious amount of social proof. And it's because he's in a competitive space. So one of the things that's going to set him apart is, 1,000 testimonials, right? So you can leverage social proof. You can leverage results that you've gotten. Okay. So in the consulting side of things that we've done, in the intro, I gave you like a few bullets of things that we have done. I use those as a way of differentiating myself from other people. Like, hey, with businesses just like yours, these are the results that I've gotten. Okay. You can also leverage case studies, like walk people through the exact case study. I've got a couple of videos, like one on YouTube that says, here's exactly how we got one of our coaching clients to $1 million, step by step by step. Well, somebody else that has a business that's similar sees that in a similar situation and says, all right, well, I'm now differentiated from 20 other potential generic business coaches because I can walk through a specific case study for a business that looks and feels like one of my ideal clients. Okay. So social proof, processes, if you have a proprietary process for how you solve a specific problem, great way to differentiate yourself and set yourself apart from everybody else in your space. What we'll get into here very shortly is we're going to get into productizing your service, right? So take that productized service and make that your strength, right? Like the fact that you have a productized service clearly demonstrates some level of expertise, right? That has to be baked into the thing that you built, the system that you built. So can you leverage some proprietary process or even IP, things like that? Pricing is also another differentiator. You can, premium pricing is a way of setting yourself apart. Like, hey, I charge a lot of money, so I only work with a few clients, but we do really deep work. Or you can go the opposite route. Like you can intentionally charge low prices if you've got a system to handle volume efficiently and effectively and without burning out, things like that. So you can use your pricing as part of your differentiator. I call it celebrity, is another way of differentiating yourself. If you have a big audience, right? Or you can provide some exclusive access, or you can raise somebody's status by being associated with you, or you've got a big community to bring people into, and they're going to be with other people that are similar or in a similar situation that they can get additional value from. So can you leverage some sense of celebrity and reach and audience and, other assets that you've built up to help raise the status or perceived status of, the clients that you work with? And then delivery mechanism, like how you deliver your services can be a big differentiator, right? Like if you do one-on-one, maybe you leverage that to your advantage. If you don't do one-on-one, leverage that to your advantage, right? But think through the delivery mechanism or the way that you help somebody solve a problem and go, okay, like what's different about this than everyone else, and how can I lean on that? There are plenty of other ways to stand out as well, right? This is just to get you started and to get you thinking really strategically about how to do this. But you really want to take some time and sit down and be very intentional about this, right? Be intentional about what makes you different and think through, how can I leverage that and how can I work that into my marketing? Okay. Now 3 words of warning on this. First one is, it seems insanely obvious, but it's got to be unique. Like a lot of things that we think are unique really aren't, right? Like we're lying to ourselves sometimes. So this is a reminder, as simple as it sounds. I can't tell you how many times I've talked to, an IT company that said, hey, 99% uptime on network. It says that on every IT company's website, right? Or we have a certain certification that everybody has, or, even like an MBA or something like that. Like if there are things that are basically prerequisites, not going to be super helpful, or if you're a CFO, for example, like if, a lot of CFOs will say, well, I know the financial and the accounting side of things, but I also think strategically. Well, a lot of CFOs say the same thing, right? So is it truly unique? Like think through, is this something that is truly unique, or is it really just like a prerequisite? Like it is par for the course. And just by saying it, I'm saying, hey, I'm going to join the club, but within the club, I'm not really any different within it. Okay. Second thing is it's got to be defensible before people buy, right? Things like how much you care about your clients, things like, hey, we offer great customer service. Those aren't defensible before you buy. Like you're looking for something that you can prove. Do you have some data? Do you have some metrics? Do you have some screenshots? Do you have some frameworks? Do you have some ways to market this? Because again, no one knows how good you really are until after they hire you. We're trying to work in a unique selling proposition prior to them hiring you, which means it's got to be defensible before people actually give you money, right? And then the third thing is don't trap yourself with a USP that's in actual conflict with the business that you're trying to build. Like don't create a USP that is in direct conflict with your North Star. And I see this frequently. So for an example, don't make 24/7 access to you part of your USP if a big part of your North Star is autonomy and being independent and having flexibility with your scheduling. Like if that's not part of your North Star, cool. But if you create a USP that is essentially in conflict with your North Star, you're screwed for the long run. Like if you make 24/7 access part of your USP because you want to get some initial deals, careful, because when the dog catches the car and you get 5 deals, now you've got a handful of people that have 24/7 access to you. Is that the business that you really want? And if it is, cool. But just again, don't create something that's not in line with what you really want to build. Play the long game here. When you do this right, what you should really have is, 15, 20 bullet points that you can lean on as your USP. And you can package that into a USP statement at some point if you want. I don't even have one. Like it's not that important to me. What is important to me is having 20 bullet points that I can go to when I'm writing a landing page or I'm creating some content or I'm creating anything from a marketing perspective that I want to demonstrate my USP. I want to be able to go to this list and say, how do I work some of these things as long as they're relevant to what I'm selling into this offer, into this page or into this content? Just having that is more important than, working it into a pretty statement or something. Okay. So get clear about the USP. I have, a worksheet here in the playbook that can help you with this. The thing to remember is this is always evolving. Okay. Like by the time that you're done with this program and done with this course, I bet you will have strengthened your USP. So you can come back to this thing. Like it is an evolving process. So it's like you identify your niche, you get clearer on the niche and you say, okay, well, work that into your USP. When you get your productized service done, okay, work that into your USP. Okay. So as you go through these pieces, you can come back to it, but identify what it is today and then just create a process where you're going back and you're constantly evolving and updating this thing. Okay. So hop into that worksheet, work through that piece. And then what we'll do, come back and we'll jump into productizing services. That's up next. So I'll see you in that lesson. Now at this point, I've got my focus locked in, right? I know my North Star. I know what I'm building. I know what's important to me and I know who I'm targeting. I know what problem I'm solving. I know what sets me apart. Cool. Now I've got to figure out what the hell I'm selling, right? Like I've got to create an offer, something that I can market to that audience that I determined in the niche exercise to solve that problem that I determined. Okay. Now, something I've discovered along the way is if the answer to, hey, do you do X or can you do Y? If the answer to that is it depends, it's going to be really tough to market and sell your services because that means what you're selling isn't clearly defined. Who you're selling it to isn't clearly defined. The problem that you're solving isn't clearly defined. And as you know by now, say it's on blue in the face, you know that is the road to being commoditized. And that is not the road to building the business that you defined in your North Star, right? You don't want to be a generalist. So what we want to do is we want to avoid having to answer, it depends. How do we do that? We create a product, right? Now, what I like to do as an example here is I like to use Apple, right? An actual product. Okay. So imagine taking your iPhone or Android, whatever the hell. Like imagine taking your iPhone though, up to the Genius bar and saying, hey, I'd like the camera on this side of the phone. Like, can you do that for me? Like the person at the Genius bar is going to say, well, it depends. They're going to say no. They're going to say no because they can't build and package and market and sell that efficiently and effectively. Okay. Like it is a product. Like it has boundaries, and you either buy it or you don't. Okay. And we want to create the environment, the opportunity for us to be able to clearly say, yes, we do that. No, we don't. Yes, my productized service does that. No, my productized service doesn't do that. And that's obviously, it's a little different than a core product. And when you're holding an actual iPhone, right? I understand there's some differences between a physical product and a productized service, but the closer that you can get your service to a product, like in terms of the way that it's packaged and the way that you deliver your services, the more productized that it is, the better it's going to be for you in the long run. Because first of all, you're going to be able to market those things better. You can clearly communicate what this thing does and what this thing doesn't. That's very difficult to do when you're saying, hey, I solve all of these different kinds of problems and I've got all of these different types of strengths and I can kind of help these people, kind of help these people. You want to get it as clearly defined as possible and get really focused on that problem that you're going to solve. This is the way that we're going to solve it. All right. So another Apple example, if you'll bear with me here for a second. A lot of times I get pushback on this and people say, well, I can't really do that. Like I have to be able to offer all of these things, right? In order to hit 500,000, in order to hit 1 million, in order to hit 5 million, I've got to be able to offer all of these different types of services and solve all of these different types of problems. I can't go one productized service in one market on one channel until 1 million. It doesn't work for me, right? And here's the thing that I like to remind people. Apple is one of the most valuable companies in the world. And generally speaking, you can take all of their products and put them on a big table, right? Like you can put all of the different variations of their products and you could fit them on a pretty big table, right? I assure you that if Apple can create $1 trillion company out of a number of products that sit on a table because they're able to market really well and they're able to charge premiums, that there is a market sufficient for you to generate whatever it is that you want, that market is large enough for you to hit your goals with a productized service if you're disciplined enough to execute that and execute like kind of the layout that we have here. Now, here's the thing. The more well-defined that your product is, right? The more refined and specific that you get your productized service, the more clarity you're going to have in your marketing. Right. And your selling, like the marketing is going to be easier because you know what you're marketing. It's like you understand it. It's clear to communicate, clear to convey, and your sales process is going to be easier because you're going to know what it is that you're selling and what you're not selling. Okay. So that level of clarity is going to lead to confidence on your part, and you're going to project that confidence, which is going to create confidence with your prospects. If you don't, if it's this vague, nebulous service that you offer a lot of different things to a lot of different people, it confuses people, partly yourself, but it confuses your prospects. Confused people don't buy stuff, and surely not at a premium. Okay. So productizing helps you get clarity, which helps you get confidence. Now I look at productizing and in packaging, like the whole art of creating offers. There are basically two ways to look at this, and that's hourly and then basically everything else. All right. So let me hit on something first here. One thing I'll just say this like out of the gates is, and I have a really strong opinion about this, and I'll give you some context, but I wouldn't do hourly again, right? If I did it for a long time when I got started, and I wouldn't do it again if I was starting over unless it was priced at a stupid premium. And we'll do some one-on-one stuff within our coaching program with some of our clients, but I don't do contracts. I don't do anything based on hourly work. And that's really for 3 reasons that I'll share with you. The first one is, and it's probably the most important, is I want to be paid for my knowledge. Like I want to be paid for my experience. I want to be paid for solutions. I want to be paid for my expertise. I don't want to be paid for my labor. If I can get you the results that you're looking for, right? Like you've got a problem that needs to be solved. If I can solve that problem for you effectively and profitably, do you really care how long it takes me to do it? Right? And if you're trying to break through, like in your business, and you've got some roadblocks, you've got some constraints, you've got some bottlenecks that are keeping you from getting from 20 to 30 million, for example, right? If I come in and I run my sales audit and I run my process after that, and we help you break through from 20 to 30 million, do you really care if that takes me an hour or if that takes me 6 months? Chances are no. And if you did care, you would rather me solve that problem in an hour than you would in 6 months, right? And that's a $10 million solution. So time is actually irrelevant. So I look at it as, the clients that are more concerned with the hourly component and the time that I'm putting in on something, we're probably not aligned, right? Like I just look at it this is the psychographics. Go back to the niche part of this. Go back to the psychographics. We're probably not aligned on what we're actually working towards. And you're probably not the client that I really want to work with, right? Like, and so that's like the first lesson I would say is I'm not doing it because I'm going to be paid for expertise, not for labor. The second reason is it actually, to me, it discounts the value of the solution, right? So I just gave this example of going from 20 to 30 million. And that's the bottleneck. That's the constraint. That's the problem that you want to solve. And I'm going to be delivering a $10 million solution for your business. That's how I'm going to price my services. That's how I'm going to price my expertise. Like I am delivering a $10 million solution in this scenario. And I'm going to understand, like, I know what the transformation is. I know how to uniquely get there and I know the value behind it. And that's why I'm going to price my services based on that outcome, based on that solution, based on that transformation. Even if you can't quantify it in terms of specific dollars and specific cents or time constraints, you're delivering something for your clients and there is value that's associated with it. They are getting time back. They are, improving their emotional health. They are, getting peace of mind. They are getting some sense of freedom. They are getting more money. There is something that is associated, some degree of value that's associated with the solution that you're going to provide. If there's not, then we got to solve a different problem. Okay. So there's some value that's associated with that. It discounts the value of the solution if you price it according to the time that you put in, right? So if I solve a $10 million problem in 5 hours, if I charge by the hour, I've actually diminished the value of the solution that I'm actually providing for a client. So actually think through, right, what is the value of this transformation, of solving this problem in terms of, psychological health, of time back, money saved, more money in your pocket, whatever that is, there is value associated with it. Don't discount the value of that by pricing your stuff hourly. All right. The third thing is it leads to busy work. Okay. Like I'm an honest person. So if I'm billing you for 15 hours a week or 15 hours a month, I'm going to give you 15 hours of work, right? Like I'm not going to short you. I'm not going to bill you for the amount if you're on some type of retainer or something like that. But what if I get done in 12, right? I could go back and I could say, hey, we can dock these 3 hours, and okay, like that gets a little laborious and kind of an ass whip. That's one option, but there's, the administration and everything that goes with that. So that's a hassle for me and for them, by the way. And, or I can say, hey, you know what? Like I've got 3 hours left. Let me find some other work that I can do, right? Like stuff that maybe it's not my zone of genius. Maybe it's not my unique strength, but like I owe them 3 hours. So let me do some 3 hours, but that's not high impact work, right? That's not high leverage work. That's not the work that I prefer to be doing. And it's not the work that I do that has the biggest impact or makes the biggest difference or has the highest leverage return for my clients. So it just ends up being busy work, right? And it all, at the end of the day, like it leads to skepticism from clients when there's hourly billing, right? Like you submit something for hourly and, you say it took 10 hours and they're like, okay, well, did it really take 10 hours? Like, couldn't you have done it in 8, like, or 6 or, whatever it is. And then, one thing that I've learned from this personally and from working with a lot of clients is here's how it really works is you bill for 10 and you do 12 or you do 15 or you do 17 and you start feeling like, okay, well, I'm feeling a little bit guilty. I mean, I probably could have done it fast. So you start billing for less than the work that you're actually doing. And that's a whole nother trap, right? And so that's how it usually pans out. And so these are a few reasons why I wouldn't do hourly. I have a lot of other reasons I wouldn't, but these are kind of the top 3. Now, if you made me do hourly, if you said, Ray, the only way that you can sell is going to be hourly. Let me break this down real quick. And then we'll get to the productizing piece. Here's how I have found most people do hourly, right? First, I want to make, $300,000 a year. Okay. Let's start working backwards. Well, we've got 52 weeks a year. We've got 40 hours a week. So I just do some back of the napkin math and, all of this comes out to $144 an hour. So if I have a full book of business and I'm billing $144 an hour, then I'll get to $300,000 a year. right? No. I have yet to ever see this actually work. It's the same formula that I used when I started. It doesn't work. And here's why. When do you work on your business if you do that? Right? Like you're billing out 40 hours. So there's basically two options. Either you're not going to work on your business, or you're going to start working 50, 60, 70 hours to do the work that you need to on your business to keep it rolling and the client work that you're doing. Okay. So when do you create content, right? And market yourself? Okay. When do you send invoices? When do you do your administrative stuff? When do you do the day-to-day operational stuff? When do you do discovery calls, right? With new potential clients. Like when are you going to take those? Those are 30 minutes, 45 minutes, 60 minutes. When are you going to be doing calls with potential new clients? Okay. If that 40 hours is booked up. And then when do you account for context switching? Right. And this is a big one. It's a hidden cost, on your time. And it's, even if you're niche down and you're working with a similar market, solving a similar problem, when you're moving from one project to the next or one client to the next, there's some context switching, right? Because if you're selling expertise and you're selling solutions and services, you're probably doing some deep work in there. And that's a lot like sleeping. Okay. Like you don't wake up from your sleep and then go like immediately back to sleep. It's a process. You gotta wind back into it. Same thing with deep work. Okay. Like there's a real cost that's associated when you go from one to the other. So are you accounting for that? Essentially, how do I position myself to not have gaps between work, right? Or I account for those gaps between work, right? Just looking at this list, and there's a long list of other stuff that needs to be done in the business. This is why the formula doesn't work. So how do I account for these gaps, or eliminate them altogether? And what I would do if I was looking at this and had to do hourly again, I'd just take that rate and I'd double it. As a rule of thumb, if you're early on, just getting into the game and just getting started, and like just take the rate that you were going to charge and just double it. And there's a piece of advice that one of my mentors, who's an independent consultant, told me early on. And I was like, well, I got to get some logos. I got to do this. I got to do that. I now have that same level of experience. I go, oh, I should have just doubled it. Okay. So if you're using a formula like that, just take it and double it. All right. And then keep increasing it. Okay. It actually took me experiencing this by paying somebody else. Right. So what I was doing was I was paying somebody else for some coaching, and I went to book onto their calendar. I looked at their experience. Like I had more experience in my field. So like domain expertise, things like that I should be billing like a lot of money for. But I needed like a question answered. So I booked onto somebody else's calendar, and I looked at it, and I started to book through, and I, without thinking about it, paid a rate that was almost double what mine was. And I was making it through the transaction. I said, wait a second, I'm paying somebody else almost twice what I'm billing people for. But somehow when I went through this transaction, I didn't think twice about it. I said, oh, okay. Until I thought, wait, I'm billing almost like just over half of this. So I saw that. I went back and I doubled my rates the next day. I actually doubled my rates overnight, didn't lose any business. And even if you do, sometimes it's not necessarily a bad thing, but I didn't lose any business. And this was the beginning of me realizing, all right, like this is a lever that I need to get better at pulling. Like I need to climb this ladder and keep getting better clients. Okay. So if you're going to do it, I don't recommend that you do, but if you're going to do it, take that formula, divide by 20 hours, or take that formula and then, double the rate. And as you do work, just keep increasing it and ratcheting it up. Okay. Now, here's the thing to remember too, is if you've got budget prices, if you've got lower rates, if you're not charging enough for your services, you're going to attract budget sensitive clients. Right. And if you're like me, I don't do my best work when I'm rushed. I don't do my best work like on the cheap. Like that's not where I add the most value on projects or with clients. Right. And I was told in the agency world, you can have good, you can have fast, you can have cheap, pick two. And it's a decent formula, right? Like I prefer to do really good work, and I don't want to do cheap work. I don't want to do surface level work, and I don't want to do it with cheap people. Like that doesn't help me get good case studies. It doesn't help me leverage the good work that I'm doing to get more good work. It doesn't help me it doesn't help me increase my rates or add more value to anyone. And the way that I've been able to get $15,000, $30,000, $40,000 a month retainers is by taking on great work, delivering great results, and showing that to the next person and then leveraging it up and going bigger and badder and moving up the ladder. You're not going to do that if you're bogged down with budget sensitive clients. So just again, the opportunity cost that's associated with this is real. And, it's one of my warnings with hourly in general, but certainly if you're not charging it. Okay. So know your worth. I say this to friends and to other people in the space and with clients. You've got to know your worth and you've got to stand up for it. Like a lot of your work has to do with you, frankly, like eliminating limiting beliefs that you may have, about yourself, any insecurities that you may have, any buying habits that you may have. Like a lot of this is really understanding what your worth is, eliminating the head trash that you may have going on that's keeping your rates lower. A lot of self-talk like, hey, I've got to get more logos, or I need a few more years of experience, or I don't have an MBA, that other person has an MBA, or my audience isn't quite as big, so I can't charge nearly as much. Like most of the time it's bullshit. Like it's, just wipe all of that out. Right. And almost all of them are some form of an excuse from my experience. Know your worth, stand up for it, price your services accordingly, and understand the value of the solution that you're delivering. Okay. Now, along these lines, what I really want to get into is productize. Like that's the other option. It's just like ditch that formula altogether and productize, which is my strong preference. And it's what we do. It's what we help clients do. It's what I'm going to help you do. So this is what I would do if I was starting over from scratch. And like I said, it's what we've done in the business. It's what we've migrated to. I would eliminate the hourly piece. I would create products. I'd create packages. And there are an infinite number of ways to productize or to package services. Okay. Now, when I say productize, what I mean is take that deliverable that you're offering for your clients. You go back, you identify that problem that you're going to solve, and you say, okay, this is the solution. This is the deliverable that I'm going to sell. And you wrap that up into a process or into a package that people can understand, relate to, and buy. All right. Now there are two kind of ways to productize, or two levels to this. The first is packaging, right? Like create some packages out of how you sell your services. So this may be, create some monthly coaching packages, right? Create some flat monthly retainers. Create a name your service type of package for your copywriting, for your design, for your consulting, for your coaching, whatever it is. Like create a package for it. And these are like a great place to start when you're productizing, because they just simplify the buying process. And like I didn't even know the first thing about packaging these services and expertise when I got started. So I was kind of fumbling around saying, okay, do I do 2 calls a month, or do I do this but really it's just, creating standardized ways of buying the services that you're selling. All right. And just allows you to explain what it is, explain the pricing mechanism a lot easier, probably minimize some of the collateral that you have to create and some of the proposals, things like that. So you can start with packaging, right? Super simple, doesn't necessarily change a ton about the service itself, but does make it a little bit easier to market and sell. The second thing is creating products to actually sell. Now, the way that I actually think about this is packaging is, how you market and sell stuff. Productizing is how you deliver it, right? You've productized when you've started to systematize the actual delivery of your fulfillment. Okay. You've started to create processes for onboarding, for delivery, for the steps that they need to go through, for the interviews that you're going to conduct, for the boundaries that you have on communications. That's where you've started to productize, right? And in my view, that's where the real magic is. Because that's how you're going to create something that's more scalable for you. So this is like the productization piece is what I'm going to focus on primarily here. All right. Now, let me tell you why I love productizing, like high level. One is this allows you to differentiate yourself, right? Go back to the USP. This allows you to differentiate yourself from the hundreds or the thousands of people, the other knowledge workers that are out there, or the other people in your space offering similar services. All these people that are joining this solopreneur revolution right now. Well, most of them aren't going to have a productized service. Okay. This allows you to create some differentiation. And again, it ties directly into your unique selling proposition. You can start to define that with a really good productized service. Okay. The other thing is it's easier to market a product or a defined package than it is some, like, as I've said before, like a nebulous service. Like, I can do that, or I'm willing to do that, or I'm pretty good at that, or I've done that a couple of times. And this enhances your marketing power, and your marketing power determines your pricing power. Okay. You're not going to be able to create the premium pricing that I've talked about if your marketing isn't in order. And if you don't know what you're selling, it's going to be really tough to have really solid marketing. Okay. So everything that you can do that makes your marketing more efficient, more powerful, more effective is going to be your advantage when it comes to getting the right clients and charging the right rates. If you have a defined product and you can describe it, right? Like you can define it, you can explain the benefits, you can explain the outcomes, you can explain exactly what it is, how it works, then you can sell it more easily than you're going to be able to sell all of your experience, right? And all of your strengths. Like, think about it like this. When I'm getting started, if I'm selling on the one hand, hey, I'm Ray. I'm a growth executive with some CRO experience, some CEO experience. I've got an MBA. I can help lead turnarounds. I've done that. I've built a lot of teams. I've scaled some sales organizations. I've set up some digital marketing. I've integrated marketing in sales before. I can help with some lead gen. Really great with Playbooks. My rates, they vary based on, the timeline and how much I like you and how much I think you're willing to pay. And every proposal is a little bit different. Like, imagine trying to market and sell that versus, hey, this is my 360-degree sales audit, right? And what it does is it helps you convert random sales from, a sales unicorn or from random marketing campaigns. Like, it helps you convert random sales into repeatable revenue. Like, we're going to look at everything that's necessary to do that. Basically 5 areas, right? And I'm going to go through this audit. I'm going to come back. I'm going to give you a step-by-step roadmap on how to get from where you're at today to where you want to be. And you can use that with or without my help to implement it, right? Costs $10,000. It's going to take me 4 weeks. And at the end of that 4 weeks, I will hand you a playbook, and then we can talk about what the engagement looks like after that. Like, which of those two things do you think is easier to market and sell? The audit, right? And it's not just your marketing that gets easier, your selling gets easier, right? When I productize, I ditch proposals, and I can't tell you how many hours that I wasted and how much value I just gave away in proposals for people that, never wrote me a check. And probably half the time didn't even read the proposals. Like, if I could have all of that time back, that's probably several months, right? Of time that I spent trying to figure out, how am I going to write this proposal? How am I going to structure? How am I going to charge for it? Hopefully they read it. Then they ghost you. I could get months back of if I just said, I never have to write a proposal again. And that's what having a productized service does, because it's all clearly defined, right? Like, you can create it once, you're done. And then here's the big plus. My rates for consulting went dramatically up because I was doing fractional work and consulting, some of which was semi-customized, but it was after I had introduced a productized service into the process. Okay. So I was able to avoid any price discussions about what my rates were per se, what my consulting retainers or my fractional retainers were going to be until after I had run this audit. Okay. So by the time that I ran this audit, which took 4 to 6 weeks, the team had engaged with me. The decision maker and the person I was primarily working with had a lot of exposure to me. They had seen my work. They'd seen my ideas. They had a roadmap. They knew how I was going to interact with the team. They knew how I was going to execute. They knew what I was going to execute. And they had this plan. They went, wow, okay. Like, so I had the opportunity to work with them. Like you've heard me say, nobody knows how good you are until after they hire you. So productizing services allowed me to work with them in a very controlled environment with boundaries, with a system, doing something that I could systematize that was very profitable for me. And when it came to selling my fractional services and my consulting afterwards, my rates went up because the perceived risk went down. because they knew me at this point. Prior to this, they're going, I know he says he knows this shit, but does he really? Right? I know he says he's done this before and he's got some good testimony, but can he really? Well, once they've worked with you for 4 weeks or for 6 weeks and they see a product, they go, okay. And it changes dramatically the trajectory of your rates. Now, there's another way that this actually ends up meaning more money for you and more revenue and higher rates. Because as I explained, one part of that is they got exposure to me, right? So I had reduced the risk, which allows me to increase my rates. The other thing is the audit itself, which was I charged 0.1% of revenue. We'll talk about that here in a second. So a $10 million company was going to pay 10 grand. $20 million company was going to pay 20 grand. Okay. Well, that wasn't what I charged initially, but as I ran the process, my audit kept getting better, right? I would get it systematized and I learned, okay, they had these questions afterwards. So let me bake that into the process. This part they didn't seem to use. So I started treating it like a product and doing product improvement after each one. And the product itself got better, which meant I could charge more for it. But I kept systematizing it because every time I'd get done, I'd go, okay, how can I make that easier? Can I, template some of these things? Or I already created a slide deck last time. So I got that done. So it kept getting better. I kept charging more, but I was able to get it done in less time. Okay. So my first audit, the first one that I ran came out to about $75 an hour when it was all said and done. As I kept systematizing it, the last audit that we did, was over $1,000 an hour. And so we've more than 10x'd the rates, like the leverage on time by productizing. So more valuable product in less time is literally more money in less time. Okay. So this is why I would start with a productized service. How would I start with a productized service? That's what I want to jump into now. Okay. And I'm going to walk through how I would do this at a high level and how we do it in our boot camp and how we do it in our accelerator programs. Okay. So first thing I do, pick a problem to solve, right? Not the first time you've heard me say this. Go back to the niche exercise. If you haven't done that, think through what is the problem that I'm solving here, right? Like what is the problem that this market has? And if you haven't clarified that, that'd be my next step, right? So pick the problem. I'm going to assume that you've already done this. Okay. Second thing I'd build a process to solve that problem. So when you lock in on this problem that you're going to solve for clients, then you need to build a process to solve that. And I would basically take a step back and look at it this way. All of your clients are at some state. They're at some stage. They're at point A. Okay. They want to get to point B, right? So they want some change to happen. They want some transformation to happen. They want some problem to go away or some opportunity to be capitalized. They're at point A. They want to get to point B. All right. You want to create a process to help them get from point A to point B. Okay. And that process is the steps that you're going to take them through to get there, right? They want to get from A to B. Your process is going to be the steps that they need to go through or that you're going to take them through to get to point B, right? That's what you're going to market. That's what you're going to sell. That's what you're going to deliver. And either right away or over time, what you're going to do is you're going to systematize and refine that process. That is going to be your productized service, right? Now, to do that, you basically want to answer one of two questions. Okay. The first one is, if I were in my client's shoes right now, what steps would I take to solve this problem? Or what are all the things that they need to have in place in order to solve this problem? Okay. So they've got the problem, and you want to be able to answer one of these two questions. You want to be able to say, if you were in their shoes, what would you do to solve the problem that they have in front of you? Or you want to say, what are all the pieces that they need, all the ingredients that they need to get this problem solved? And there's not really like a hard and fast rule on which one to use for which service. I've used these kind of interchangeably in coaching, but general rule of thumb is the first question about the steps to take works really well with coaching programs and transformational types of services, right? Where going through the process creates some transformation for them in some way, shape, or form. The second one works really well from my experience with consulting and fractional engagements, right? Because you can say, I know what problem you have. These are all the things that I know need to be in place in order to get you from A to B. Okay. Again, not hard and fast rule, but depending on the type of service, you pick one of these. And I'll share a couple of examples with you. First is, all right, so if I'm asking, what steps would I take? I'm not saying hire me, right? I'm saying like, let's pretend that you are in this person's shoes or in this company's shoes, and you've got to solve this problem without hiring you, right? What would the steps be that you would take them through in order to get the results? What would you do, right? If hiring you wasn't the option, because that's basically what you're going to have them do anyway, right? So zoom out and then break down this process and what they're going to go through with your help to get from point A to point B. So for example, this is what you're going through right now. And this is what we help people install in our boot camp and in our accelerator and in the coaching programs. You've got to narrow your focus. We call this vision, founder, fit. In our program, you've got to niche down. You've got to create your USP. You've got to, get the positioning right. You've got to productize a scalable offer, something that you can sell and deliver at scale. This is the productizing piece, right? You've got to create a marketing machine. You've got to generate some traffic. You've got to, have a sales process in place, right? Like, so if I'm in your shoes, this is literally what I'm going to do. And I have been in your shoes. It's literally the process I'm going to go through, the steps that I'm going to go through to solve the problem, to get from point A to point B. Like if I want to sell my expertise, this is the process. And with this defined, I can start to create processes and systems and templates and content and programs and everything else around that to systematize how I actually move people through these steps. Okay. So this is like what you're literally looking at. This is the boot camp agenda. Okay. It's also largely the agenda for this course, right? So this is one way of doing it. These are the steps that you need to go through to get a specific result. And with your transformation, with the problem that you're solving, this may be the way that you need to structure this. And the second way of doing it is with the second question. You say, like, okay, so what are all the ingredients that they need to have in place to solve this problem? Think of this more like a recipe, right? Like all the things that they need to have in place to get the desired transformation or the goal or the results or the outcomes that they really want to get from point A to point B. So you zoom out here and you say, all right, these are the ingredients to this recipe. So this is actually what I used in the 360 sales audit. Okay. And this is what I built to lead all of my fractional engagements with. Okay. So I started all of my engagements with the 360-degree sales audit. My clients, typically wanted a scalable sales model, scalable sales organization. There was some primary constraint that was keeping them from getting there. Maybe it was founder-led sales. Maybe it was a unicorn salesperson. Maybe it was a shitty value prop, but they needed to understand what's keeping me from being able to get to point B, to having a repeatable sales motion. And my audit was going to identify that and then set us up to have a better discussion about what the process is going to look like. Okay. Now, what I know from leading enough of sales organizations and working with enough companies is you've got to have certain things in place in order to be able to create repeatable sales motions. All right. So one of them is you've got to have a decent value prop, right? You've got to have a good value proposition. You've got to have a clear offer. You've got to know what you're selling. And ideally it's got to be, have some value and be worth selling. Okay. I know you've got to have some marketing and some demand generation strategies. I know you've got to have clearly defined sales processes and, sales playbooks and team and tech and things like that. I know that you've got to have some client success things dialed in, right? Like you've got to have a clear way to make people happy once you sell stuff. Like that makes long-term scalability of sales a hell of a lot better, right? I know that the culture of the organization is going to matter. I know that having a clear strategy is going to matter. Well, when I took a step back and said, all right, if I'm going to solve this particular problem for this particular audience, what are all the things that I need in place? This is the framework that I came up with, right? So just take everything that I just did, justify the sale with a strong, unique selling proposition, attract the right clients with marketing, convert them with the best sales practices, keep them with good client success practices, have a great environment for the culture and direction for the strategy. So this is the core of my audit. So I started with this process. I started with this framework. This is underlying that primary transformation. They want to get from A to B. This is what they need to get there at a high level. Okay. Now, whichever route you go, whether you go with question 1 or question 2 and creating that process for you, it's bonus points if you can create a framework out of it. Okay. So like I was able to market this because I created like a cool framework. It was the JACT acronym. It made it, more marketable. I was able to create some sales collateral around it. I was able to use this in the actual audit delivery, like reinforcing this all the way through the process. So bonus points if you can create a cool marketable framework out of it. All right. Now at this point, like you don't want to get hung up thinking you've got to know every granular step, right? Like the way I look at this is think of this part of the process where you're creating a process. Think of this like a Russian doll. Okay. Like let's start at the high level, what is it that they need to go through this process? So if you look at the frameworks that I have, justify with a strong, unique selling proposition, attract with marketing, like those are very high level. Then within my audit, I would go, okay, within marketing, if I'm going to audit that, what do I need to know whether they have good marketing, right? And I would go like to the next layer of the Russian doll. Okay. And then to the next layer of the Russian doll, the next layer of the Russian doll. And as you go through and productizing, you'll get more granular by nature. Okay. So start high level, like get your framework, get your process, make it marketable and make it sellable. And then worry about like the details as you go through and as you execute. Then you say, all right, what actions do I need to take or do they need to take to go through each step and to get each ingredient installed, right? How can I get more granular as I go? But bottom line, A, B, that's the transformation. That's the problem they want solved. What is the process or what are the ingredients that they need to make that happen? And then more detail as we go, but start at a high level, start at the top of that Russian doll. Okay. And then the third step is once I've got that process mapped out, I want to start to ask, how am I going to go through that process with them? Okay. At what level am I going to go through this process with them? Is it going to be done for you? Like with fractional services, things like that. That's actually, I would roll up my sleeves and I'd get into that business and I'd start doing the work. I'd start executing. Didn't mean I did every single thing, but it was a done for you service. Like I was going to jump in, I was going to wear their jersey for a period of time, or I was going to, actually execute the work for them. Or there's done with you, right? Done with you. Maybe it's a coaching program where, you've got pre-recorded modules, you've got the process kind of detailed, but they're checking in with you and it's more of like a personal trainer, so they've got to lift the weights, they've got to do the work, but you're there. Like you're telling them which weights to lift. Like here's your meal plan, metaphorically or literally. Like here's the meal plan. Here are all the instructions. Here's everything that you need. Let me be your Sherpa through this process, but you've still got to do it. Or, it's do it yourself, right? Like maybe it's a digital course, something off the shelf that you teach the process and then it's up to them to implement. And it's not binary. Like it's not necessarily one or the other. I'd look at it more of like on a continuum or on a spectrum and say, right, you've got completely done for you. You've got do it yourself. And then somewhere in the middle, you've got done with you. Where are you going to fall? Right. And then once you kind of determine that high level, the question you want to ask yourself is, all right, so now how do I operationalize this? All right. If I'm going to do it for them, how am I going to operationalize that? If I'm going to build a digital course, how am I going to operationalize that? Like, how am I going to make it a reality for them? And operationalizing it, think like just the first version. Okay. Like, so just think like this is the first version of your productized service, knowing that you're going to have to improve every time. So you want to ask questions like, hey, can I pre-record some information for onboarding clients, right? Like maybe I have some courses and some things that they have to do to get set up with my systems or something like that. Can I structure or pre-record some modules or something like that? Can I create some templates, right? Can I create some video lessons? Can I create a way to deliver some of the most common information that I tend to repeat with clients asynchronously, right? Like, or at scale. Okay. So can I create some templates and videos, things like that? Can I create standard forms, right? Can I create some templated forms? Like if I tend to do interviews with clients as part of my own onboarding or as part of the audit or as part of the service, can I standardize some of those things? Can I create templates for slide decks and for presentations? How can I set it up so that, I create something once and that it's 80% done every time? Hell, like, can I put the bulk of this project into an Asana project, right? Can I actually sit and map this out? When we were done with the 360 sales audit, there was an Asana template and it would create, and it had just all the tasks, all the subtasks, because I had run it enough times to know exactly what order things needed to be done. Client sends the onboarding form, check. Like we could just go through it. And then, think through what are the tools, what are the platforms, what are the resources that you're going to need from a tech standpoint or from an operational standpoint to actually implement it. And again, thinking about it as a first version, right? Like it doesn't have to be a 10 out of a 10 the first time through. Okay. Keep it really simple though. Don't overcomplicate this. There's a tendency to overcomplicate it. Remember, this is the first version. It's going to get better every single time. And this is also product development 101. Like this is different than custom services, bespoke services. Like you are going to create a product. It is going to be imperfect. Okay. It is going to be an MVP, minimum viable product. And each time that you run it, you're going to learn, you're going to get feedback, you're going to get data, you're going to make it better. So again, don't overcomplicate it. Build the best version that you can, get it to market and improve it, because the real learning actually happens when you're implementing. Like, so you can sit and brainstorm and whiteboard all day long, but at the end of the day, we're going to need to get it to market to really get the feedback. So keep it simple, right? Then you want to answer, how am I going to charge for this? Okay. Like I would ask myself, okay, I've got this process. I've got the basic steps mapped out. I have a good sense of what I'm going to need to do high level to operationalize this, at least go through this once or twice. But how am I going to charge for it? And this is big, obviously. Your productized service has to have standard pricing. It doesn't have to have fixed pricing. It doesn't have to be one flat fee, but think of it like a product, right? Like products have prices. A computer has a price. A shirt has a price. A pair of shoes has a price. Like you're buying something specific for a specific price, and you want to move your productized service to as similar of a process as possible. This is how you're going to avoid fee negotiations. This is how you're going to avoid haggling. This is how you're going to avoid custom proposals. This is how you're going to avoid all of that, is to have some type of standardized pricing. Now, I had mentioned the sales audit was, when I started, it was 0.1% of revenue. I eventually, when I was able to standardize that enough to get some help with it, I actually split it and said, if you want my team to do this, it's 0.1%. And if you want me to actually do it, it's 0.2%. Most of the people opted for the 0.2%, which basically just meant I doubled my prices, but it was really easy to explain, right? There was no haggling. Like, this is the price. This is the product. This is the outcome. This is the deliverable. And this is the price. And the price was too much for some people. It's okay. Like, products don't have to be sold to everybody. It's the whole point of having a niche. It's the whole point of understanding your market. And, going back to the price sensitive clients, like, as in some ways it intentionally did that. Okay. So, but it was easy to explain, which meant from a marketing and a sales standpoint, things were much more efficient, and it's easier for me and it's easier for them. Our coaching program's the same thing, right? Like we have a 12-week boot camp business building program that has a flat monthly fee. All right. Our accelerator's the same thing, set monthly price. And that doesn't mean it's for everybody, but the price is not going to change based on individual circumstances because it's productized. Okay. And that way, when I'm having conversations with someone, especially on the fractional and the consulting side, the price of the audit was flat, right? Like it was fixed in the sense that hey, this is it, like depending on your revenue, it may change, but this is the price. And, the question, okay, well, what about after the audit? Well, listen, kind of like a doctor can't give you a prescription without a diagnosis. Like, I need to understand what I'm looking at in order to be able to tell you what I'm looking at. So we've got to run through the audit, and then I can give you a better sense of what we're going to be looking at. So what I was doing was deferring the conversation about rates, retainers, things like that until after I had an opportunity to work with them, which, as I mentioned before, is what helped me increase my prices substantially, because they got exposure to me. They got experience with me, and they said, okay, we want to work with him. And I can increase the prices at that point. So it allowed me to have a conversation around something that was more fixed in nature, very straightforward, and defer the piece about that may be more negotiable or may be more variable afterwards, like fractional and consulting, until afterwards. Okay. So, if you need to, you can float a price range, whole different subject. But like, as I've mentioned, like basically, when you've got some standardized pricing, what you're going to do is you're going to speed up your sales cycle. Because there's not going to be this back and forth and let me write a proposal and let me review and let me talk to so-and-so and blah, blah, blah. So you're going to dramatically increase the speed of sale. You eliminate the need for proposals because it is what it is, right? Like if you create one good source of collateral for your sales calls or for the follow-ups for the people that don't buy on call, and, you have that ready to go. Maybe you change 5 or 10% of it each time. But it's already there. It's ready to go. Okay. So you've got that. So you eliminate the need for proposals. And then, as I've mentioned, it gives me an opportunity to prove my value, right? And, prove that I can do what I say I'm going to do and get some exposure to me before talking about prices. And that, like I've said, that almost inevitably leads to higher rates. So some ways that you may do that, maybe by employee count, maybe by revenue, maybe, in IT spaces, it's, by machine, just think of something that's going to change the amount of work that you have to do and tie it to something like that. Whatever it is, just make sure that it's standardized and easy to explain. Cool. So I'd nail down the pricing. Then I'd look at it and I'd say, all right, let's build this whole thing, right? Like, and let's spend the next 3 to 6 to 9 months building this out and getting it perfect. Nope. That's not what we're going to do. We're going to design it, right? We're going to say, this is the process. We're going to get it designed. We're going to break it down in as much detail as we can. We're going to operationalize it at an MVP level. We are going to choose the price. We're going to get it designed. Then we want to go sell that. Then we're going to actually build it. Okay. And this makes a lot of people uncomfortable, but what you want to make sure you're doing is, one, not wasting a ton of time building something that people aren't going to want. First of all, you want to make sure that you can actually sell this thing. 2, you may find in the process of selling, which we'll talk about when we get to sales, the R&D that you get may help inform you on some of this. Okay. And then the other thing is, you want to make sure that you've got a timeline. Like there's Parkinson's law, and it says the work expands, like the time that it takes you to complete work basically expands to the amount of time that you give it. You want to know how to fast track the amount of time that you have to build something is create a deadline. Okay. So for the productized services that we roll out, we will sell them. We will give ourselves enough buffer to start until we fire things up. But during that time, we're off the races, right? Like, okay, now we've got to really build this thing out, and that will create an accelerated version of getting this thing done. Because if you allow yourself an infinite amount of time, well, I'll do this on the side and keep doing what I've been doing and, just start productizing something on the end. There's an infinite amount of time that you are giving yourself, right? Which means it's going to take an infinite amount of time to do, and the number of those products that actually get to market is very few. So I highly recommend design it, get this mapped out, as clear as you can, then go sell it. Then you've got a deadline. Like, once you take somebody's money, you're not going to leave them high and dry. So now you've got to build the thing. And it also helps you focus on making an MVP, not trying to be overly perfect with it. Okay. So again, design, sell, then build. Just reinforcing this, just make sure you actually build it and not dawdle around. Like, again, once you've taken somebody's money, like you're not going to leave them there. It'll help you be really efficient with how you're actually building it. And it'll kind of force you to accept some imperfections so that you can get this thing to market, get it into action, and then start the most aggressive part of the learning process. So, to recap, first, clarify the problem. Okay. Then build a process to actually solve it. Think through those 2 questions. What is the process at a high level? If you can get maybe 2 or 3 levels deeper, cool. Then determine, how am I going to move them through this process? Okay. How am I going to start to operationalize this thing? Like, what's the how part of this? Then think through, what's the pricing? Then you design that thing, then you sell it, then you build it. And if you're intimidated by this, or you think, hey, my services or my expertise are too complex to productize, or there's too many steps like that I would have to map out to get this productized, go back to the Russian doll, a metaphor here. Like, think of it in terms of high level. Like, what is the highest level thing that I need to do? Like, productizing a service to create repeatable sales and overhaul a scalable sales engine in a 10, 20, $30 million company. It's not like it's paint by numbers, but I'm able to break that down into a framework, into a system, into a process where I go, okay, high level, I know these things have to be in place. Let me start here. Cool. Then I can look at each one of those, just like the Russian doll, and say, okay, how am I going to determine whether their unique selling proposition is good or not? Okay. Let me think through the subcategories of that. And as I get that mapped out, I can then think, all right, I can operationalize this with these tools. Or, like, frankly, we use Google Sheets and Google Slides for the audit and for delivery of it. Okay. So it doesn't have to be, some breakthrough SaaS product. What it just has to be is a way of organizing your process and organizing your thought and organizing the way that you are going to help them get the results that they want to get to solve the problem that they want to solve. What I've got here in the worksheet is a process to help you map this out, right? To go through these steps. So I encourage you to dive into that. Think through, how am I going to get this thing designed? How am I going to create this process? How am I going to start to productize the service? Then what we'll do next is we'll jump into, how are you going to market this? How are you going to build a marketing machine to let the world know that you've got this productized service? So we'll get into that next. Now we've got to make sure that the audience that you've picked is aware of the productized service that you've designed. Okay. How are we going to make them aware of that? How are we going to market to them and get some eyeballs on this thing? Now, this is really two parts. One is infrastructure. Okay. Like marketing infrastructure. This is the machine part of it. This is the tech stack, basically. And then the second part is traffic. Okay. It's, how do I get eyeballs? Like I've got the tech infrastructure. How do I get more people to see it? Okay. So I actually broke these things down into those two modules separately. We'll cover them both. This is the module for infrastructure, right? Like we're going to look at the foundation, and it's about building up the machine. And looking back, I probably could have saved a year of my life and likely $100,000. Like when I've done some back of the napkin math with all of the tools that I tried, with all of the different tech systems, with all the different funnels, and I'll walk you through some of this, that I did. I went, holy shit. Like this is a lot of experimentation. So, I could probably get back a year and $100,000 if I just skipped to what I'm about to show you. So let's dive into that. I was stuck really on some standard questions that I was batting around in my own head and that I hear from clients a lot. Okay. So, questions like, what tools should I be using? Like what platform should I be using? In terms of the tech and things like that. Should I be using this CRM? Should I be using that CRM? Should I be using this for courses? Should I be using that for newsletters? Like there's an infinite number of options out there. And so it was overwhelming, so which tool should I be using? Then it was, okay, how do I make these tools talk to each other? Right. So I'm using this for a newsletter. I'm using this for a course. I'm using this for, something else. How do I get all these things to actually talk to each other? Right. I asked myself, do I need something that scales? Right. Like, do I get something that I just need right now that I know isn't going to necessarily scale into the future? Or do I need to really set like a strong enough foundation and enough scalability with the tech that I'm choosing today that's going to allow the business to grow and that I'm not going to have to constantly be changing tools? And then, how much should I invest in the infrastructure in terms of time and money? Like how much should I be investing into the foundation and building this machine on the front end at this particular stage, at startup phase, I've got some traction now, at scaling up? Like how much time and money should I be investing in general? And then, how much time should I spend on the issues today versus the issues tomorrow, right? Like, should I be thinking about what's coming down the pike? Should I be thinking 12 months from now, or should I be thinking 12 days from now? Okay. And what if I build something today and, I do catch some traction and I start scaling up, and then I break all the systems, right? So like, is scalability a huge issue? How professional should it all be? Okay. Like, do I need like a really badass website? Do I need it all polished up? Do I need like, really badass logo and, the best design? How much should I care about a lot of this stuff? And this is by no means, I assure you, an exhaustive list of the things that I was considering, but it's just the type of questions that I was not definitive enough, or I didn't have enough conviction on so I just like constantly changed directions or questioned what I was doing. And, am I investing enough? Am I investing too much? And so these are the kinds of things that had me stuck. Now, take it from me. So I'm an experimenter by nature, right? Like I've had a bunch. Everything that you see here on this logo, like this is just a sample of all the shit that I've tried. I've had all of these and more. And this is by no means an exhaustive list. Like at one point we were using, Zoho One, for the entire infrastructure. We were using, like for document signing, accounting, the CRM, the marketing funnel. That didn't really seem sufficient. We've invested in HubSpot, Sales and Marketing Pro to get our CRM set up and set up the automated marketing, because I'd used that as an executive. For websites, we've used Squarespace, we've used WordPress, we've used Wix, we've used Kajabi for that. There's probably plenty of others that I don't even remember. On the community side, we have a good community that we have with our client base now. And, for community building, I did Discourse, I did Facebook groups, I used Slack, I used Mighty Networks. For courses, we used, Mighty Networks for that too. We used Thinkific. We've used Kajabi for that. Bottom line, and this is not something to be proud of. Like, I don't actually say this and think like, hey, look at all the cool shit I've used. I look at this and think, look at all the time that I wasted. Look at all the money that I wasted. This is a lot of cash that, like, frankly, I could have just walked out to a dumpster and just poured it in a dumpster and lit it on fire. Except for I wouldn't have the experience now to share with you. Like, so in some respects, it's just tuition and par for the course, but I would not wish this on anybody, because you're just trying to figure out what's right for you. And it just requires getting in there and understanding your platform a little bit more. And all right, it doesn't do this for me, or this isn't what I wanted. Then you change. And it's just like what I showed you earlier in the course, where most things in business are exponential. They take a little while to set up, but as you get them set up, they start to actually have the power, right? And start to get you exponential returns. Well, this is really similar, right? So every time you're changing, you're like starting with a new platform. You're like, all right, this is the hardest part. It's the setup. It's the migration. It's the data. It's the learning curve. It's everything else. So every time you're changing, you're making shit harder on yourself. And I certainly was, but I was looking for like the silver bullet. I was looking for the exact right setup for me. And frankly, it's a little bit of, if you don't mind me saying, like, it's a little bit of mental masturbation too, right? Like there's these things that make us feel good, right? They make us feel like we're being productive. They make us feel like we're doing stuff. We're staying busy with tech, and we're migrating, and, we're doing infrastructure, and we're doing foundation. And these are things that are going to matter later. We're building, right? But we aren't really moving the needle on the things that really matter most, like getting sales, like getting clients in the door. So this was, I share this just so you know my experience with this. And, a lot of people that I talk to have gone through something similar where they're just experimenting with a bunch of different tools. I've certainly gone through that phase. But after all this, like, here's the conclusion that I've basically come to. Yes, on the one hand, your decisions matter, right? Like, the tools that you're using will have an impact on your business, right? Like, the tech that you're using does matter, but not necessarily in the way that you may think it does. And by default, this is my experience, and in my experience with friends and with clients, people that I've talked to, the default is usually to overcomplicate this whole part of it. That's why we get stuck. All right. Like, we get stuck in the complexity. We get stuck in doing a lot of unnecessary work. And candidly, like, a lot of things that actually don't matter. So we stay busy, we waste time, we waste money, and we never really move the needle on the things that matter most. So yeah, your tech is going to matter, but it's not going to matter nearly as much as you think. Like, the difference between CRMs is not going to make a huge difference on filling that pipeline, right? Like, the software that you use to do electronic signing isn't going to matter if you don't get contracts in the door, right? Like, the CRM won't matter if you don't get leads into it. The website doesn't matter if you don't get traffic to it. So yeah, on the one hand, it matters. You want the right tool for the right job, but does it, is it the difference between having, a screwdriver and a pair of scissors to do the same job? No, it's usually the difference between, like, brands of screwdriver more than anything else. So you don't want to overthink this. Now, what are the things that really matter, right? Like, the things that really matter, they've got to be things like, getting an awesome logo, right? Or getting your name, like the company name, exactly right, and making it really creative and catchy, and, spending a lot of time making sure that you get that right. Or, getting a CRM, or the whole tech stack, absolutely optimal. Getting, your website completely set up, like a really robust, thorough website. Your brand guidelines, your brand story, a 3-year vision. And so all these things matter, right? Well, yes, they do, once you have product market fit, right? Product market fit, if you're not aware, it's just basically, confirming that the market that you've picked that has a particular problem wants the product, and that product works, right? So you're making sure that you've got product market fit, and that those things are connected. And before you've got that, then actually installing heavy infrastructure, making sure everything's scalable, getting your processes all dialed in, and getting your playbooks all completely documented. all that shit actually slows you down, because the whole process of establishing product market fit requires a lot of iteration, requires a lot of learning, requires being really fast, nimble. And the more permanent that your structure kind of seems, the slower you're going to be. So the slower you're going to move towards product market fit, the longer it's going to take you to establish it, the more that you try to cement a lot of the tech and the infrastructure and everything else. So once you get product market fit, you want to think about a lot of these things, right? Like you'll want to build a bigger, more scalable marketing machine. What I'll call, like you're looking at here, like what I'll call a luxury ocean liner, right? All the bells, all the whistles, all the options, looks really good, can fit a ton of people. Like that's what you're aiming for once you've got product market fit. You want the looks, the optics, the extra things, and a lot of volume if that's the kind of business that you're building. Before product market fit, you want the speedboat. Okay. You want something that's flexible. You want something that's agile enough to change on the fly, like as you're learning things. You want something that's easy to handle. And you want something that's fast, right? Something that's going to allow you to learn and get feedback really quickly and adopt that feedback into what you're doing, really, really easily. Okay. So you want something that's relatively easy to operate. And if you try to build the luxury ocean liner before you've got product market fit, like I said, it's going to make it harder to establish product market fit, because the entire process of establishing product market fit is all about adjustments. It's all about test, learn, iterate, test again, right? Like it is a cycle. And if you don't have something that's more like a speedboat and you have got this luxury ocean liner, you're not going to be agile enough and nimble enough to take the lessons that you're learning and run the tests and establish true product market fit to get there. Okay. So you want speedboat marketing early on. Luxury ocean liner, that's for later. Like when I recorded the first version of this course, a year and a half, almost 2 years ago, my website sucked. Like it wasn't even that great. Like it was just ugly. It was incredibly simple on the homepage. All of the individual pages were actually just landing pages that I had created from different funnels. And the homepage was actually kind of like naked, but I wasn't optimizing for looks, right? Like I was optimizing for messaging. I was optimizing for my market. I was optimizing for my offers, and it's still okay. Like if I pulled up my website, did a screen share, like I could rip through a bunch of stuff that I'm sure from a conversion standpoint isn't completely optimal. But here's the thing. The website, even today, like really isn't even driving all of our sales. It's not driving all of our revenue. Now, if we made some changes, could we make some slight improvements? Sure. But I've got enough data to know like overhauling the websites isn't going to overhaul sales. But the websites that we've had recently have allowed me to move really quickly, right? With what I learned. And it's been flexible enough to change as I go. It's been simple enough to make changes when I want to make changes to it. But it's allowed me to move really quickly, right? With what I learned. And it's been flexible enough to change as I go. It's been simple enough to make the changes and implement the changes. Like as I learn things, I go, okay, let me change some of the messaging here. Like I haven't had to call a coder or call a developer or call a freelancer every time I want to make some changes. And that's what I mean when I say you want speedboat marketing, and not just with the website, right? Like with your funnels. Like this is actually one of our landing pages today. It's for one of our playbooks, and it's silly how simple it is. Like there's no images on it. Still converts really well because the messaging is right. And the messaging is right because we've been able to test and we've been able to get the message dialed in. So, what is speedboat marketing? What do I mean by that? For speedboat marketing, you basically the first thing you want it to be simple. Okay. Like I mentioned earlier, I made a pretty significant investment into HubSpot, Sales and Marketing Pro. And we made that investment and then also, invested into an agency, actually 2 different agencies to get it all stood up. And, HubSpot can be a great tool. Like I used it as an executive, and it's like incredibly helpful, like to look at data, to understand, how it all integrates. So I've used it quite a bit, and it's a great tool, but it's not the simplest or easiest thing to learn or to set up on your own, right? Like if you go to the HubSpot Learning Academy, it's like you get a damn MBA. There's hundreds and hundreds of videos to go through. So it wasn't simple. It wasn't like super intuitive for me to go, okay, I can stand this up relatively easily, which meant changes had to go through an agency, which meant if I wanted to change my pipeline on something, I had to call an agency. So it was just this like massive expense, and it was a pain in the ass, right? Which meant I was less inclined to make the changes, right? So we would learn saying, really don't want to get on Upwork and hire a freelancer, or really don't want to pay these agencies rates just to make some simple changes. So, we don't have to do that right now. And it didn't work for us. And, I ended up wasting a ton of money, ton of time with HubSpot, and inevitably, like, we migrated out of that to something much simpler, much more efficient, for us. So simplicity is one thing that I would encourage you to really think about when you're saying, okay, let me set up my marketing machine. What is going to be the simplest option for you? Okay. The second thing is flexibility. You want something that conforms to your business and what you're doing and what your prospects and your clients like really want, not the other way around. So, as an example for us, I had tried Mighty Networks, right? And, I loved the UX. It looked really cool. It seemed to be an all-in-one tool. I could get courses. I could get community. I could get off of, Facebook groups. So it had a lot of the features that I thought that I wanted. And once I got in there and got everything set up, then we started, creating offers. We started selling things. And what I noticed was every time I wanted to do something with the business, I wanted to change. Okay, I want to add this course, and I want to, make this a separate course or something like that. I had to change around what Mighty Networks wanted me to do. Like, they had a pretty rigid structure on how you could create offers and how they tie into things. And then if you make changes to offers, what those communications to people are. And I just felt like every time I was making a change, I was going, all right, so it won't let me do this. All right, let me rethink that. Okay, maybe I can work within their system and do it this way. So I was changing what I wanted to do based around the platform, as opposed to the platform changing to me. And, in some cases, a rigid platform may be beneficial, but for me and for most of the people that I work with, you want some degree of flexibility, especially early on, because you're figuring things out. You're going to change some offers up. You're going to change the way you deliver a service. You're going to change the way your funnel works. You're going to change the way the CRM works. You're going to change whatever it is in your machine that you've created. There's going to be a lot of adaptation. There's going to be a lot of iteration, and you want to make sure that you have a structure that's going to give you the flexibility you need to execute the way that you want to execute, to build the business that you want to build, not build the business that you can build based on the tools that you have. So flexibility is something that I would really consider if I was starting over all over again. The third thing, obviously, speedboat marketing is about speed. Again, you're going to be making changes, and you're going to learn things really quickly as you go. If you're listening to your audience and you're listening to the responses, you're going to learn things really quickly, and you're going to want to incorporate that learning really quickly. You're going to want to iterate really quickly, just like a startup. And if every change that you need to make requires a freelancer, requires a developer, requires a contractor, requires an agency, requires spending days or weeks or whatever, jacking around with tools and figuring things out and, conference calls just to tweak something really quick, then you're just slowing down your process. Okay. Which is costing you pretty valuable time. An example for me on this was the first version of my website, which was a pretty good looking website, but it had a ton of custom CSS in it. It had a bunch of code, right? I don't know code. And, maybe with ChatGPT, I might be a little bit better with it now, but I don't really know code that much. So every time that I wanted to make a change to the website, I wanted to change some copy, or I wanted to change the headline, or I wanted to tweak this, or I wanted to test something, it required me calling the freelancer and saying, hey, I need to change this thing. Or it required me, slacking the developer and saying, okay, hey, can you change this? Can you change this? And it felt dumb. Like I'm asking for copy changes and I'm talking to a developer. Or I'm taking, CSS code and I'm Googling around trying to figure it out and on my own, which is just wasting my time. Right. So you want something that through the simplicity and the flexibility, but also everything else, allows you to be fast, right? Or allows you to move quickly and establish product market fit as quickly as possible. And then I would say, build something that I can use, I can operate, I can execute on my own. And this runs counter to my entire life as an executive, right? As a CEO, You don't want to step into a situation and like think that you're the person that has to roll up your sleeves and do everything, right? If that's the case, then you're not delegating properly. You're not building the right teams. And that's the mindset that I came to this part of the business with, right? Like I came from a mindset of, hey, let me hire some contractors. Let me start to delegate this work out. Like I'm going to be strategic. I'm not really going to be the person that gets in there and figures out these tools. Like that's not really my job. It's not my strength. And so I'm going to avoid that. And I'm going to allow other people to build these things. And that was a mistake because understanding how your marketing machine works is an essential part of running your business. Okay. Regardless of how big you want to be. And I'm not saying that you have to be the person in here that's pushing all the buttons and turning all the knobs and pulling all the levers forever, but you want to understand your marketing machine. It's one of the heartbeats of your actual online business. It's where your data is going to flow into. It's where you're going to see, how your market's responding to things. It's where you're going to change your messaging. It's a really critical function in your business. So you want to understand it. And I didn't really want to hear that, right? Like I wanted to hand this off because I didn't want to learn some of the tech. I didn't want to learn some of the systems. And I now know that I just wasted a ton of money and a ton of time asking other people to build things for me. And I wasn't clear on what I wanted to build. So I'm taking their opinions and sometimes they were wrong. Sometimes they were kind of right. Sometimes they didn't understand where I was really trying to go. And it was just a losing proposition. And if I'm starting over today, would say, hey, you know what? I'm going to get something that's simple enough, flexible enough, fast enough for me to build it or at least get the framework built, and then I can operate within it. And that's going to allow me to execute really quickly, really effectively, and take all of what I'm learning and get it back into my system. So what would I actually use? Like if I was starting over today, and we actually still use this, quite a bit, as of this recording, we use Kajabi. We drive the vast majority of our revenue through Kajabi. We use it for email sequences. We use it for the newsletter. We use it for the podcast. We use it for landing pages. We use it for funnels. We use it for internal courses. Like for training when new people are coming on. We use it for sales call reviews. And until just a couple of months ago, we actually used it for the website too. But it was basically like a business in a box, right? And because we still use it for all of these other functions. Now, is it the best at every one of these things? No, absolutely not. But it meets the criteria that I'm looking for with speedboat marketing. Is it simple? Yes. Is it flexible? Yes. Is it fast? Yes. Can I operate it? Yep. So that gives me the criteria that I need. And, perhaps it's not the best email newsletter tool. It's not. Like I'll tell you straight up, it's not the best website tool. It's not the best funnel tool. It's not the best course tool. But you put all these things together and you say, hey, you know what? It might just be a B on some of these things, but the fact is it's already integrated. It's already simple. It's already efficient, and it's pretty user friendly. At least for me, it's very intuitive and it's very easy to operate. So I eliminate a lot of complexity. I eliminate a lot of the integration. I eliminate all of the other things that I have to do. And it's not the cheapest thing on the planet, but by the time I price out, all right, what's a CMS for my website? What's an email newsletter tool going to cost me? What's a LMS for courses going to cost me? What's a community tool going to cost me? You start adding all these things, you go, okay, it's actually significantly cheaper than trying to patch all these things together. Now, some of these things may change down the road. Like we may change our tools down the road. So I'm not necessarily saying that this has to be the answer for you, but I initially started to try to piece together best in class tools, right? Like give me HubSpot for CRM and automated marketing. Give me Beehive for a newsletter. Give me like all these different options. And then you have the additional complexity of saying, okay, I need all these things to talk to each other. Now I've got to integrate a ton of Zapier stuff. And again, Kajabi just made things really simple. And if I'm starting over, I'm optimizing for sales, right? Like I want to get some clients. I want to get some leads. I want to get some growth. And Kajabi is going to make that easier for me because it's going to allow me to focus on the things that really matter, like hitting publish, like getting the messaging right, and not spend days, weeks, months, trying to jack around with tooling and shit like that. So if you're interested, I have a link below. Like if you want to give it a trial run and give it a test, feel free to give it a try. I do earn a commission, by the way, on some of these, but I promise you that's not why I'm recommending it. I use tools, and when I love them, I recommend them. I never recommend them because I'm going to earn a few bucks on a commission. But I'm just sharing what basically worked for me. And again, what we're using for 80% of our business, if not more right now. Now, if you say, I don't want to use Kajabi, cool. If I were shopping around for the requirements, right, of other software providers or other platforms, or maybe it's just like maybe Kajabi is not right for your business, or you just don't like it. Cool. How would I go about picking some other platforms? Here's some of the things that I would think through if I'm picking a different platform or a new platform for a different type of business. First of all, can I customize my domain? Right? Like I'm going to be posting these links all over the place, right? Like I'm going to be posting links to a funnel or to a lead magnet or to my website, like whatever it is. And I think it matters. Like it's, if I'm putting, rayjgreen.com / whatever it is versus, Kajabi such and such, so like the ability to customize your own domain and install that, I think is pretty basic stuff. Most marketing platforms are going to help you do that. So, can I plaster my domain around so I can create some brand recognition, right? High level. The second thing is, can I really easily create landing pages? Okay. Can I create like the pages that I need to drive conversions to create more awareness? We're going to talk about traffic in the next module. When I create that awareness and I generate that traffic, I want to send them somewhere. Can I create some landing pages? Now, I wouldn't out of the gates, I wouldn't worry about a whole website. Like I wouldn't even worry about having it all built out with multiple pages and all that shit. Like plenty of 7-figure businesses that I have helped build and I've worked with that have operate off of a simple single landing page. Basically, can I build a landing page that has a hyper specific message for my audience, going back to the niche exercise, for my audience about what I offer, going back to the Productize Your Service module? And can I offer like a lead magnet or some other call to action on that page and generate some leads and get people to take action? Okay. So can I create some landing pages either for individual things like, a lead magnet or just like a simple page, like a 1-page website, if that's the route you're going to go. So can I do that pretty easily? Like think back to the other page that I showed you earlier, right? Like we can spin up that page, that landing page, 15 minutes. Okay. And then I can get that out on social. I can test it. I can see how many people actually download the lead magnet. Cool. It's either a hit or it wasn't. If it's a hit, maybe I'll build it out into something more. Okay. Third is, can I get some simple analytics, right? Like I'm not trying to build a data warehouse here. I'm not trying to go like Tableau level shit. Like I don't need the deep analytics in an early stage consulting or coaching or fractional business, but I do need to know if I'm actually making a difference. I do need to know if my message is resonating. I do need to know, like, is what I'm doing working? Okay. And to do that, I've got to get some basic analytics. Like, can I measure like open rates and click-through rates on a newsletter? Can I check traffic? Can I check conversions on a landing page? Like, can I get some basic metrics to know, hey, you're doing really well here, or like this is a complete flop, right? Then something to build and organize a list. Okay. Like no matter how big of a business that you're building, your marketing list is the list of prospects, the list of contacts, the people that you have in your universe or that are aware of you. Like that will inevitably become the most valuable asset in your business. Okay. As you build up your marketing list, that is a massive asset for you because that's how you're building your audience. That's the audience that you can go to announce new offers. That's the audience that you can go to sell stuff. That's the audience that you can go to test stuff. And that's the audience that you can nurture. Like these are people who may have expressed some interest in something that you did at some point. And maybe you've got a newsletter that's out there kind of nurturing them through the process and you drop an email on the right day at the right time. Well, like maybe that turns into a lead, but there's a lot that you can do with a list. And what I want to know is, can the platform or the tech stack or the infrastructure that I'm creating right now, the speedboat marketing machine, can I build a list, right? And then can I organize that list and get some basic things on it? Can I tag people? Like if they came in for this lead magnet, can I just at least mark that it's from this lead magnet? If they came in from this thing, can I mark that they're from this thing, right? So can I do some basic organization with the list? Then can I send broadcast emails? You've heard me mention the newsletter a couple of times. I think it's a really important tool. As you build your list, the way that you leverage that is you're going to send them broadcast emails. Now, those may be things like a one-time offer where you say, hey, have a new offer, have 5 new openings, have something like that. Or maybe it's a weekly email, right? That you drop every week on a Saturday or every week on a Sunday, something like that you stay top of mind with your audience. Or maybe it's an email sequence that you send people. Once they download a lead magnet, maybe you have 3, 4, 5, 6 emails that go out automatically to compel them to book a call or take some other action, right? But you want to be able to have the ability to automate your email, send broadcasts, because that's how you communicate with your list, that important asset, at scale, right? So, being able to send broadcast emails, send, email sequences and, leverage the list that you've built, that's pretty essential. And then, of course, can you take payments, right? Like at some point, somebody's going to be interested. They're going to want to pay you. Do you have a platform to make it relatively easy? So these are some of the things that I would look at if I was looking for like infrastructure, if I was looking for a platform, if I said, you know what, I'm going to look for a simple solution that's going to be flexible, that's going to allow me to move quickly, and something that I can operate and execute at least in the early stages to figure out and get going. This is kind of a checklist of things that I would look at and a few of the considerations that I would encourage you to kind of think about. And then when I've got the mechanism, like this platform basically addressed, and I can take payments, I can build up a list, I've got some basic analytics, I can create a landing page. So I've got this part of it done. What am I going to do with it? I'm not going to build a huge, robust, beautiful website, right? I'm going to build a simple, straightforward funnel that is not overly complex. I'm not talking about, 27 stage funnels with 14 upsells and shit like that. Like I'm talking about a very straightforward funnel that has a simple message that's geared towards my audience, the problem that they have, and the process that I'm going to help them go through to solve that problem. Okay. And it's just a simple funnel. Okay. And the first thing I do to stand up this funnel is I'd create something of value for my audience. All right. Now you go back to market and problem and the process, and you say, all right, within this, what can I create that's relevant to all of this, that is valuable to this audience, and actually make sure it's valuable? And we've used quite a few things. Like one example is we use a playbook for high ticket services, for people that are taking free consultation calls and trying to sell their services. We have a playbook that walks through like that process. In fact, I walk you through that whole process in a later module. But we use the playbook, the PDF of that you can download and get that framework and get that process for free. And when somebody gets that playbook, they go into our list. Okay. And what it tells me is they're taking free consultation calls. They're probably selling services. They're probably selling something high ticket because this playbook appealed to them. And when they get that playbook, they actually go, like, this is actually a valuable resource. Like, it's not a bait and switch type of thing. Like, you want to actually create something of legitimate value that when they get it, they go, hey, this is excellent. Like, this added value, and it boosts the brand and the perceived credibility that you have and create some trust with that audience. If you bait and switch people, like if you say, hey, get this free lead magnet and, it's going to have a ton of value, and then they get it and it's a pile of shit, then they're going to look at it and go, okay, well, I do business with this person anymore, either because it's bait and switch or because, hey, I was kind of interested in what they had to say, and based on what they had to say, like, there's not much here. So, it looks like an empty suit. So you don't want to do that. This course is an example of offering something of value to a market, right? And if you get this course and you find value, then you perhaps say, hey, you know what? Like, maybe I want to do some other work with Ray and the team. Or not. Like, maybe you take this and you just implement what's here, but, offer something of value. And rule of thumb, it should probably make you uncomfortable that you're giving as much as you're giving away for free. That's the advice that was given to me a long time ago, and it really stands. Most people hold back, and they say, we're going to hold all the good stuff for people that only pay us. Well, again, people only know how good you are until after they hire you. So the more that you can add into your market, the more you're able to demonstrate what you actually know. So I would create something of value. Then I'd create a simple landing page, like with some really targeted copy and messaging. And this is really important. And this is why the speedboat marketing works so well. Single pages with really targeted messaging for a really targeted audience. And that will need to be adjusted, right? Like you almost never are going to get the perfect landing page with the perfect messaging the first time out of the gate, right? Like you're going to have some calls with people and they're going to reference something that was in there. And you're going to go, okay, like that was good. Or somebody's going to say they misunderstood something, or you're not going to get the conversion, right? Like if you can measure what's happening on these pages, you can look at it and you go, hey, this just it's not landing the way that I want to. I've got to change how it's presented. I've got to change the positioning of it. So I'd get a simple landing page with some really targeted messaging and speaking specifically to their problem and how the thing that I'm giving for free is going to add value for them, right? So even though it's free, like think of it this way, your landing page needs to sell that free thing, right? If you go to the landing page where you got this course, I do my best to sell this free course. Like you're not paying for it, but I still treat it like a sale, right? So I would do the same thing. I'd create something of value. Then I would create a landing page that has the targeted messaging and sells that free thing. Then I would charge some digital currency for the free thing. So even though things are free, they're still giving you something in exchange for it, right? Like they're giving you an email, they're giving you a name, they're giving you a phone number, maybe an address, whatever else that you're going to add to the form or to the page to get in exchange for the free thing. That's what they're using. So I think of that like currency. The more that you're asking for, like if I'm asking for your name and your email and your phone number and your home address and, other pieces of information, the more expensive that product is. Okay. So think of it like digital currency, but I want some currency in exchange for this free thing. More often than not, name, email, perfectly fine. If you want to create a little friction or add some quality to your list, you can do name, email, phone number. If you're doing online marketing, if you're asking for more than that for a lead magnet, you're probably creating too much friction in your process, but you're going to ask for some information. Okay. And that information is going to serve as your digital currency. Now that is the thing, go back to the last slide. That's the thing that's going to help you build up your list, right? And that list is going to be what you nurture over time. So I create something of value, create a landing page, create a form to allow them to give me their digital currency. And then I'd set up a simple email sequence, right? I'd send out 3 to 5 emails that follow up on the lead magnet that are relevant to the thing that you gave away for free, that are relevant to the problem that they have, relevant to them as an audience. So you want to tailor that messaging and do some follow-ups. I find 4 is like a good sweet spot. Like if you don't want to go too heavy handed, I have some friends that send, I'm not bullshitting you, that send 36 emails after lead magnets. And they've got some data that shows it still works. It's obviously diminishing returns. For me, most of ours are going to be, 3 to 5. I think we're at like 4 or 5 right now on a lot of our email stuff. It varies. Like we may change it. So don't take that as gospel, but, set up a few, right? Like take 4, set up some emails, have those go out and have those remind them about the thing that they downloaded or the thing that they got access to. And maybe ask some questions, try to engage, try to get them to take some action, like book a call, something like that. Okay. And then once they're on your list, keep in touch with them, nurture that list. And, think about it this way. If you think of your email list kind of like a community and you're keeping in touch with them and you are staying top of mind and you are increasing the likelihood that you are going to be in the right place at the right time, right? Like you're going to drop a message or a newsletter or a podcast or share a tip or a resource or something that's going to land with some people on just the right day. Like I've seen it all the time. And like your newsletter hit on just the right day, hit on just the right message. I've been on your list for a long time and today's the day. Okay. And the other thing is they may just be checking you out, right? Like they may just be thinking, hey, you know what? This person's kind of new to my ecosystem, kind of interested in what the landing page said. Let me feel this out, but they need to be nurtured more before they're ready to buy. Like most people that you interact with when you're selling high ticket services aren't ready to buy right now. Like some number of people are, but the vast majority aren't. The vast majority need to be nurtured. They need some more education. They need some more trust, or they need some more problem exposure. Like they may not think that the problem that they have is really urgent or the problem actually needs to get worse. So there's all these other reasons that people aren't ready to buy right now. And that's why having a good list and nurturing it and adding value is a really important strategy for you in the long run. All right. So this is what I would be thinking about in terms of the approach, right? So I get the platform, I get the infrastructure, then, okay, what would I do with that? And this is how I would set up a high level, like simple funnel. And as I got up to 200, 300, 400K, then I would start upgrading things. right? I would start upgrading individual pieces. Maybe it's the website at some point. Maybe it's the analytics tool at some point. Maybe it's the newsletter at some point, but get it rolling, get it in motion, get the speedboat marketing in place, have it start getting results. If it's not getting results, changing the tech's not going to matter. Okay. So get it rolling, get it producing some results, and then start upgrading the tech. That would be my advice. Now, one last note on this is don't overthink this. Just build it. Like just get going, because things are going to change 1,000 times. I promise you. No matter like how locked in you are today about your offer or about your market, other things, you're going to make iterations as you go. Like no business has, like in the first year, 2 years, 3 years, stays the same. Like nobody hits the grand slam right out of the gate. There's always all these changes that need to take place. So don't overthink it. Like most of the changes that need to take place, you're going to learn once you are in the market executing. Okay. Like not when you're sitting in your head and whiteboarding a bunch of this shit. So don't overthink it, and give yourself the opportunity to get your offer out there and make the changes you need, to get your marketing out there and make the changes you need, to get your messaging out there and make the changes that you need. You need to get this in the market. You need to get it in motion in order to get the data that you need to make the changes that are going to make it really good. Okay. So that's why you need simple, you need flexible, you need fast. All right. Now I'm going to build a marketing machine. I'm going to get the system set up, my speedboat marketing, and that's going to allow me to start generating some traffic. It's going to allow me to start pushing people into this funnel and into the system so that I can market to them. Our marketing machine is not going to work really well if no one sees it, right? So we've got to drive traffic to it, not just any traffic. We want to drive targeted traffic to it. And here's what I've learned along the way. There are 3 ways to drive traffic. Okay. The first is seeds, right? Seeds, like social media posting, writing blogs. If you have a podcast, or if you're a guest on podcasts, it's a lot of content, especially organic content creation. And I look at it like old school networking. Okay. Like if you put yourself out there with enough people in the right place with enough consistency and you present yourself well, opportunities are going to unfold. Okay. Now it requires consistency, and it does require, putting yourself out there well, and it does require being in the right place. But just by doing this for long enough and doing it well enough, it will create opportunities for you. Now, the second way to drive traffic is with spears. And this is much more targeted outreach. And it can be, highly personalized emails. It can be really targeted cold calling. It can be direct messaging people that fit into your audience. It can also be targeted referrals. If I know that so-and-so works in a company and I know somebody that knows them or is connected with them, perhaps I can kind of network my way into something. So that's what I think of when I think of spears, just personalized, targeted outreach. And then nets is more like paid ads, high volume, cold emails, where you're casting a wide net, knowing that just a small fraction of what you put out there is going to be a fit for you. Okay. Now, if I'm looking at this, if I'm starting over, I'm going to focus on seeds and spears, because my goal of getting to 40,000 a month means getting my first handful of clients, right? And things like ads and high volume cold emails, that's what I look at as something that you do when you've got real solid social proof, when you've got a lot of case studies, when you have proven product market fit, and you have something that is scalable even on the offer side. And that's down the road. Okay. So out of the gates, I'm looking for my first handful of clients, and I'm going to get that with seeds and spears. Now, I've driven all of my traffic from seeds and spears. So why don't we talk about seeds first? Okay. I can attribute virtually all of the clients that I've gotten in the past 12 to 18 months to organic reach on LinkedIn in one way or another. That's where my market is. And it's where I would start if I was starting over, because of who my target market is. So I would be laying the foundation for traffic with really intentional, high value content on LinkedIn. And maybe that's not where your market is. So you may look for a different channel, but you just need to make sure like you're not trying to reach senior citizens on TikTok. Okay. Like you want to make sure that you go where your market is and you consider where they are going to be at, so that as you're creating content, you're going to get maximum impact out of that. All right. Now, I would start creating content that shows that I understand my audience, that I understand the problems that they have. I understand the pains that they're experiencing, that I'm talking to them, right? So my content is going to be framed in the context of the person that I'm talking to, of that specific audience. And we also want to prove that we're the expert, that we're knowledgeable, that we're credible, that we have authority. We want to prove that we're the expert by showcasing all of that knowledge with content. And we want to make sure that our audience at some point becomes aware of the fact that we have something to sell. Okay. It's not just all about creating content. It's not just all about top of funnel and creating awareness. They need to know that we have something to sell. And we want a targeted path for them to go back into our marketing machine, to go back into our simple funnel. Okay. Now, remember, popularity doesn't make profitability. Yes, the more engagement you get and the more reach you have, the easier it's going to be to reach your clients. But popularity doesn't automatically lead to profitability. Listen, there are a lot of people on Instagram with 1 million followers that can't sell a t-shirt. Okay. We want to create awareness and drive traffic to a specific audience. And I've posted about 5 or 6 times a week on LinkedIn for over 2 years. And here's what I've learned works for me. I get dramatically better results towards my goal, which is driving traffic to my marketing machine, with two approaches, 2 frameworks, really. The first is Justin Welch's from the LinkedIn operating system that he has. And he breaks content into educational, entertaining, and promotional categories. And educational is teaching your audience something, right? Whether it's from experience, from a past case study, whatever it is. So it's very tactical. And entertaining is less tactical, but still says them. Like, we're not talking about just goofy memes, but it's not something that doesn't necessarily have any like tactical training within it, but it's entertaining. It'll resonate, and they'll give it a like, or they'll give it a chuckle, right? And then there's promotional. Again, our audience at some point needs to know that we have something to sell and how to buy it. So those are the 3 categories that he breaks content into. And it's actually the way that I structure my content. The other thing that I like about this is when you look at your content this way and I categorize it, I know how much of educational stuff I'm sending out there. I know how much entertaining stuff I'm sending out there. I know how much promotional stuff I'm sending out there. And I know that entertaining stuff is going to get more reach and more engagement than any of the promotional stuff or even the educational stuff. Okay. And you need a balance. So this is a really good way to categorize things and ensure that you're getting a balance of content out there to keep people engaged, to continue to build your authority, and to sell stuff. The other one is Taylor Welch and Chris Evans' system from Traffic and Funnels. And they look at content, and their framework is mistakes, pains, and pleasures. Now, if you go back to the worksheet that we did with your target market, you should know a lot of this, right? If you know your audience, you likely know some of the mistakes that they're making right now that are causing the problems that they have today, right? You've solved this problem before, or you've had it before. So you can usually identify the mistakes that they're making, and they read it and they stop in their tracks and they go, person's talking to me, right? And that helps ensure that they know we understand them. And then what are the pains that that's causing? And when you fix it, what are the pleasures that are on the other side of that wall? Okay. When you frame content this way, you can write out I remember when I was doing this and it led to this. And here's what I did. And now I am at this, right? These are just different frameworks that you can use, but they both reinforce the element of getting intentional and deliberate content. I can't emphasize this enough. Popularity doesn't automatically mean profitability. Okay. So these are frameworks that are very intentional with content. Our most profitable content is by far not the most popular. But that's okay, because we'll follow with a couple days of entertaining content, and then we'll do a promotional piece, and then we'll offer in a couple tactical pieces. But our most profitable content is not the stuff with the highest engagement. So always keep your actual goal in mind. And my focus, if I'm sitting down starting over, would be one audience, one channel. Build one, and then leverage that one for the next one. Otherwise, you're trying to build them all from scratch. You're trying to stand them up from the ground on multiple platforms at the same time. And this goes back to trying to boil the ocean. Every one of these platforms, Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, LinkedIn, Clubhouse, they all have their own little quirks. They all have their own hacks. They all have their styles of communication that resonate more, and they're all different. So when you broadcast content out, just recognize that if you're not really focusing on optimizing one, then you may be missing opportunities. Now we plug our content into something like Hootsuite or into Buffer and then share it and broadcast it. But I'm not looking for engagement on Facebook. I'm not looking for stuff on any other platform. I'm looking at LinkedIn, and that's the way that I would do it if I started over. Now let's talk about spears, because spears and seeds actually work together in many ways, especially when you're starting out. Now, one way that we use spears today, and that I would if I started over again, is harvesting from our engagement, right? Which we try to do this every day now. And that means anyone that likes or comments on my content, what we do is and if they fit our audience, like we're not just reaching out to just everybody that likes a post, but if they're in our audience, if they're in our target market, we send a quick message that says, "Hey, thanks for engaging in my post. I appreciate the support. How are things going at such and such business?" Okay. Now, this does two things. One, it says thanks for engaging in my content. And because of that, they may be more likely to engage in my content next time, which helps get me more reach. So showing some gratitude by itself, I think that that's helpful, and it's good for networking. The other thing it does is it just strikes up a conversation. We're now having a dialogue. We're now having a conversation. I'm not necessarily trying to sell you something right now, but I know I can't begin to unpack whether you have any of the problems that we solve or the pains that we alleviate if we're not even having a conversation. So looking at the engagement that you have from the seeds that you've planted, look for opportunities in there. Another one specific to LinkedIn, but message anyone that's in our market that checked out our profile, right? LinkedIn tells you who has looked at your profile lately. Take a look at that, look through the list, see if anybody fits your market. If they do, simple conversation starter, right? Thanks for linking in. What led you to reach out? And, just looking forward to building on the connection. And we're just starting a dialogue. Again, not trying to sell you something in the first message. And we ease into a discussion about needs. And sometimes they say, "I'm good," right away. That's cool. Sometimes they say, "Actually been following your content for a while. We've been having some sales challenges, saw the audit, and wanted to reach out and connect." Cool. Now we're having an actual direct conversation. Okay. So again, not to sound like a broken record, but we're starting conversations. And this is where we're going to harvest some opportunities. Now, unless you already have a lot of reach, chances are you're going to need to go outside the engagement that you're getting on your posts organically to expand your audience. All right. Now, we reach out to other audiences with a spear approach. And what I mean by that is we basically leverage other people's audiences. Okay. Now, one way to do that is find 5 to 10 creators that are communicating on a consistent basis with your audience, maybe from a different angle. And an example here may be if I'm a sales consultant and the person that's usually making that decision is a VP of sales, right? Who else could a VP of sales be following and engaging with? Maybe somebody out there is doing some really good leadership content. Maybe somebody out there is doing some really good marketing content. Maybe within your industry, maybe it's a VP of sales at a SaaS company. Who else is communicating with SaaS companies, right? So trying to think about, okay, when you're clear about your audience, who are the other people that may also be talking to your audience, and hop onto their threads, jump in with a comment, add value, say something smart. So you're at least seen by people that may be in your target market, or even start conversations directly. Hey, I saw you liked so-and-so's post, thought it was a great post because of this. How are things going at such and such? Okay, so leverage other people's audiences. Another option is using a search feature, right? Twitter and LinkedIn, especially with Sales Navigator, but some of these platforms have really powerful search features, and you can use it to find 5 or 10 people a day that are in your market, and you just start a conversation. And the thing about this is you may be prospecting, but you also may be networking. You may just be getting to know more people, and that is going to compound over time. As long as you're not a schmuck and trying to spam people, if you're having authentic conversations, then you're also networking too. And that's going to be helpful as you go along. Another option, find a couple Facebook groups that have your target market in them. Join the Facebook groups and start some conversations there. I mean, the point is, you can't sell anything unless you're talking to people, and you can't talk to people unless you initiate some conversations. Just posting content and sitting and waiting for people to reach out is not going to be the fast path to getting where I want to be. That may work, but if I'm trying to get to where we are today in a fraction of the time, I'm going to have to initiate those conversations. So don't be afraid to start conversations, ask questions, listen to what they're saying, because that's also research and development, and be responsive. Okay. Now, another approach that I used to use, I don't anymore, but if I was starting from scratch again, I would. And I would go, because my audience again they may be on Upwork posting roles for problems that I solve. Okay. Now there may be, if your audience isn't there, there may be other platforms or of similar types of sites or companies. But what I'm doing is I'm going there to poach, frankly. And if I go to Upwork with a very targeted spear-like approach, I'm looking for mature companies. And a lot of times you could look through the reviews and find people's names and their company names in the reviews that people left of them. Like, hey, Mark was a really good person to work for. So you can get some information that way. And I'm looking for mature companies, real companies, and I'm looking for a problem that I solve, a pain that I alleviate, or I'm looking for one that I find prospects often think is the problem, right? Because I've done a lot of sales and revenue improvement. Well, a lot of times when people say we need a sales coach, and you unpack that and you learn it's not really the sales coach, it's something else, right? So you search for what they think is often the problem. Either way, you're looking through the hay, and you're looking for a needle in many respects. And when you find them, you strike up a conversation and you ask a few intelligent questions. I never wrote really long, dense proposals, certainly not after the first handful that got unread, with a really high rate. So I'm going to ask a few really smart questions and have a really high rate, and that's going to make you stand out. Okay. And the price shoppers, the tire kickers, they're not going to respond, but some will. Now, I'll be really candid about this. I would be very careful on platforms like Upwork. And I say that because it's really easy to get sucked into chasing people on sites like this. And I'm not actually a fan of using Upwork to really build your business. I am to get like a few targeted clients, as long as it's very strategic and laser focused. But I'm not really a fan of Upwork as a whole to build your business on. And I I warn you about that from experience. And my view is for 5 reasons, really. First is, you know how I feel about hourly rates. I believe things that hourly work on places like Upwork for premium knowledge workers, I think it commoditizes us, right? I won't waste any more of your time on that because I know I've talked about the hourly thing, but I don't, that's one reason, obviously. And then for the work that's not hourly based, like the project-based work, it requires a lot of time of yours up front before somebody's qualified. And that's not, I don't want to waste a lot of time writing proposals or going through how I'm going to execute something before I even know a lot about the prospect or the real problem or what's going on. So you end up wasting a lot of time before you've even qualified somebody, which is backwards to me. The third one is the way that you acquire clients is a core strategic function of the business. And I strongly recommend owning that system, not renting it. And if you're exclusively reliant on Upwork to get clients, you're in a very vulnerable position. Because what happens if you show up one day, you got bad reviews and you got kicked off the platform? You have no business. Okay. So that's the third reason. The fourth is it promotes price shoppers and bargain hunters and people that want last minute work because they make it so damn easy to put a posting up. I know this because I've hired people off of Upwork, a lot of them. And it is so easy to put a posting up that if I'm frustrated trying to solve a problem, it takes me 3 minutes to put up a posting and I want it done by the end of the day. And I'm looking for cheap and fast. And I don't recommend going after platforms that are going to promote work that's done cheap and fast. Right. And then fifth, it suppresses your brand. By the very nature of the platform and platforms like it, they need to ensure that they anonymize the people before they actually connect them. Well, when you do that, if you've been building a brand that's responsible for a lot of your premium pricing, that just gets suppressed. And you end up, again, it's back to the commoditization piece. You end up competing on factors other than what are a strength, at least for me. And so that's a risk in my view. So those are 5 reasons I don't love Upwork as a primary place to build your business. You can periodically find some very targeted work if you're smart about it, if you systematize it, if you create some processes and some boundaries and say, listen, once a week, twice a week, I'm going to go search for these things and, stay within those boundaries and just don't get sucked into the noise. So here's how this all plays out. Like as I put more seeds out there and I combine that with using some spears strategically, I'm building my audience. And as more people engage and I start conversations with them, they go and they look at my profile. And on my profile, they're going to get directed to my landing page. And on my landing page, they're going to have the chance to get something for free or some type of offer, right? And I'm going to get more emails and I'm going to be able to engage with those people. And now I've started to move a marketing flywheel. And as you do this, it gets easier and easier and easier. And the list that you're building by doing all this, as I said before, that ends up becoming one of the most valuable things in your business. It becomes one of the most valuable assets that you have. And this is where you eventually drive traffic from. Okay, so you're moving the flywheel with the seeds and the spears, you're building your list, and now you start to have multiple sources to go create more opportunities. And as you do this, you end up building a brand through your work and through your content, and that helps you increase your pricing, right? And get the prices that you deserve. I thought when I started initially, I would do it the other way. I thought I would build the brand first, hence the website, branding guides, logos, company name, like all this other stuff. And what I ended up with was a lot of really good looking marketing assets that no one saw. And at one point, I'm positive I was the most popular visitor to my own website, right? And no one was buying anything. And that's why today, starting over, I build a simple marketing machine, simple funnel, that's flexible, that's agile, that I can drive traffic to. And I'd make adjustments as I went along. And I'd learn from what the traffic is telling me. And once I had sales and once I had clients and I had a little bit of clarity, then I'd start worrying about branding, right? At a higher level. So it works the other way around. By doing great work, by doing all this stuff, you inevitably build a good brand. You don't go manufacture a brand and try to force prospects into it. Okay. Now there's one more thing that if I'm starting over today, I'm going to lock in. And it's that as these opportunities start coming in, and they will, and if you do this, you will have opportunities start to come through the door. I'm going to clarify exactly how I'm going to do my sales calls. You know, if you offer a free consultation or some type of free call, or just schedule a call for, see if I can help, I'm going to systematize that, because I can tell you, even after 20 years in sales, I made the mistake of thinking, well, I know myself and I'm basically the product, and I know my audience, so I'm going to wing it. And I know this, I know better, but I know that's not a winning strategy. So I would systematize my sales call. Let me walk you through how I do that next. Sales. I know it's not for everyone that's going to be watching this course, but it is very much my favorite part of this entire course. And that's both a good thing, but it also led to some challenges, which I'll tell you about. Now, let me first just tell you high level a philosophy that I have on sales. And it is, if you believe that you're actually delivering value for your prospects, for your clients, and you believe that you're helping them with a meaningful transformation, you're helping them with a change that matters, you're helping them deliver results, you're helping them alleviate pain and fix a problem. If you really believe that, then my view is you have an obligation to sell them. Okay. And that means we serve by selling. And what I mean by that is if they don't get your solution, they're going to be stuck with that problem still, right? They're going to be stuck with that pain still. And worse, they may take no action. They may waste money on solutions that don't work. They may go to someone else that doesn't help them. And if I offer something of real value to people, I feel like I'm letting them down when I let them walk away. When I let them walk away to a competitor, when I let them walk away by taking inaction. And that's one of my beliefs in getting started. Now, this got off to a little bit of a rocky start for me because I was so focused on getting clients that the dog caught the car and I started taking calls and I wasn't prepared. Okay. And part of that's because I had 20 years of sales experience. I took this for granted, and I learned really quickly that selling myself as a product is a very different ballgame. You can take any sale personally, right? But this was different. And I also know from experience that no matter how well you know your product or how well you know your prospect, if you're winging it, you're an amateur. And yet I made this mistake myself. So if I'm setting up shop today, starting over, I want to talk to as many prospects as possible. And I want to talk to them for two reasons. One is I'm convinced that even if you're not a professional salesperson, even if you don't have 15 or 20 years of sales experience, even if you hate sales, no one is going to understand your capabilities as well as you. No one is going to believe in the change that you can help people achieve with your service as much as you do. No one is going to have as much conviction as you do. And this is true. Even if you don't like sales, you'll often find you're still the best salesperson because you hate sales, because you believe in what you're doing. Okay. Now, the second reason is early on, you need to hear what your prospects are saying as much as possible. All right. It's your sales calls. Every interaction that you have with a prospect is R&D. You need to hear the responses. You need to hear the objections. You need to hear what they're saying. And all of that is going to be data for you, for your product, for your business. And that's why we built everything to be flexible, right? To be able to take these inputs and go, okay, I might need to change a few things here. with my offer or with my market. Okay. And these are the opportunities that you need to really have actual commitment to what you're working on, because you'll know that it's based on data, and you aren't going to get that if you have somebody else or something else trying to sell and engage your prospects, even with videos, sales pages, all that stuff. So you need that data early. Now, with that in mind, I would set up a process to do a free call. Like in my pipeline, talking to me would be part of that process. And it can be, a free consultation. I've heard it called growth sessions. You can call it whatever you want, but it's a process that allows you to actually engage with your prospects early on. And day one, I would standardize this so that I run this free call consistently every single time. Now, lucky for you, this is what I do. For our high-end clients that are doing 10, 20, $30 million in their coaching consulting programs, this is what we install. And for the past couple of years, I've been building and implementing high performance processes for sales. And that means I've had the opportunity to listen to literally thousands of phone calls and discovery calls, and I've run hundreds of them myself. And over that time, I've created and just continuously refined a process that I know works. I have loads of data on conversions, on average sales price, on sales cycles, like time to close. In the process that I created and that I use, that I teach, that I install, it's designed to help you diagnose clients' real problems before you start offering your prescription. And it's designed to position you as the authority, right? So that they want your prescription by the time that you offer it on a call, and then they actually adopt it, which is another problem in some businesses, like that they actually make the purchase and then they don't do anything with it. Okay. This is specifically designed to help you improve conversions, improve average sales, and get better adoption. Okay. Now I'm going to give you high level what that process is. High level, we've got our opening, we've got the diagnostic part of the process, we have the prescription, we have the close, and we have handling objections. And I want to dive into each one of these for just a few minutes and give you some context and explanation for how I would be using these. The opening consists of like three parts. There's building rapport, there's setting the agenda, and there's establishing credibility. And I'll start with building rapport. Building rapport is not the same thing as exchanging niceties at the beginning of the call. Building rapport is not the same thing as being likable. Okay. Building rapport is about establishing some trust that you can solve my problem, trust that you're a professional, trust that you're going to actually listen to me, not necessarily that you're likable. And the reason this matters is if you're overly chummy at the beginning of a call, it can actually work against you later, because it makes it more difficult to challenge when you need to challenge. It makes it more difficult to close when you need to close. And it makes it more difficult to push back when you need to push back. So when you're overly chummy, you can actually lose credibility later in the call, right? The other thing is the old people buy from people that they like. Yeah, maybe with cheap stuff, or maybe when you have two identical options that you trust to solve the problem equally, sure, you'll buy from the one that you like more. But when it comes to things of substance, when it comes to things like fixing business problems, when it comes to things like my health or solving emotional issues, or, name the problem. But if it's a bigger problem, people want that problem fixed. They want the pain gone, and they will buy from the person that they believe can solve that problem, not necessarily the person that they like. Now, that doesn't mean be unlikable. Don't be an asshole. Duh. But building rapport is not just going in and being likable and talking about the weather in local college football. Okay. And when it comes to setting the agenda, we have tried and true. This is how we do it on almost every process that we install. Hey, Ray, I've got us down for 45 minutes. Is that what you have too? Okay, great. I've got a process here, Ray, that I run to see if we can actually help. It may seem like a lot of questions, it may seem like an interrogation, but I really just want to understand like what your goals are and make sure that it's something that we can actually help you with. And If there's something here that we can help you with, we can talk about how that works. And if not, I'll tell you right away, and I'll give you time back on your calendar. Does that work for you? And what you've done is you've taken control, you've set expectations, and you've built trust. Trust that this is not your first rodeo, which is what I want. If I'm calling somebody to fix a real problem, I don't want this to be their first time. Okay. And then credibility, the way that we establish credibility, as best you can, let them establish credibility for you. Okay. So you can ask, okay, and where'd you find me at? Or how long you've been following me on LinkedIn? Or what led you to reach out to me? Okay. Like what you're doing is you're inviting them to tell you why you. You're inevitably going to have competitors. You're inevitably going to have some other people that solve this problem too. Ask them, why me? And when you do that, you flip the script. You're establishing credibility with their words. Okay. So that's the opening piece. Then there's diagnosis. And when it comes to diagnosis, this is the part where, some people call it discovery, where you're going in and you're really unpacking what's going on here. And is this a problem that I can help with? Because I don't want to sell anything to somebody that can't actually use the solution. Doesn't look good. Okay. So I want to understand what's really going on here. And I subscribe to this approach where we look at current state, we look at future state. And current state is asking them, really targeted discovery questions to unpack what are these problems? Like, what are these pains that you're experiencing? Why is this a problem right now? Why not last week? Why not 3 months from now? That's really critical when you get into, long sales cycles or following up with people, or they said they were going to do something they never did. Like, I want to understand why there's any urgency, why we're talking right now. Okay. So this is about really understanding current state. Then I want to know, okay, where are we trying to go? What does the finish line look like? What's the goal? And if we work together for 12 months, what does success look like? What are they going to define a 10 out of 10 as? And I asked them to tell me, what does this look like? The other thing that I'm looking for in future state is why. Like, what does that mean for you? It's one thing if we fix your sales issues. What does that mean for you? If we fix your sales issues, does that mean you can live on a beach? Does that mean you get to retire? Does that mean you can afford to pay off a bunch of credit cards? Like, what's the underlying motivation? Because it's not always what's on the surface that you're solving. There's a motivation for why they want to solve that. Okay, so what does this mean for you? And that's what I want to understand. Now, we have current state, we have future state. The gap is what's in between, right? This is where the roadblocks are. This is where the obstacles are. This is where the action needs to be taken. And this is where your solution fits. So what I want to do is I want to clarify that I understand this is where you are. This is where you want to be. Got it? And I say stretch the gap. And what I mean by that is when you're talking to people and they're talking about their future state or they're talking about the problems that they have, there's oftentimes a feeling like you want to make it better. Like, oh, okay, yeah, I totally understand. And in some ways, when we're on a sales call, we're a coach. Okay. And so our job isn't to make them feel better about the problems that they have. It's actually the opposite. If we want them to be motivated to fix it, we have to call out the problems for what they are. Okay. So I want to confirm and clarify the gap. You said you're here. We want to get here. And I want to reinforce the need for action. And, I'll say something like, hey, well, Ray, at the beginning of the call, I let you know if we could help, I'd let you know what that looks like. And the good news here is you do have a problem that we solve every single day. And you've got a little work to do, but it's 100% fixable. Does it make sense to walk you through the process that we have for getting you the results that you want now? You've asked them for permission to present your solution. Okay. So you're lowering defenses. All right. That's diagnosis. Then you've gotten permission to present the solution, to walk through what that looks like. This is where you present the offer. Not before. We don't talk about our stuff until we understand their stuff. Now, how you present is going to vary. obviously. But the key to this is going to be tailoring your offer to the specific problems and the pains that they talked about. Okay. This should change. This part of your process should change each time. Now, not by a full 180 degrees, not completely different offers, but this part of the process should be tailored to what you just heard. Otherwise, you just spent a bunch of time asking questions that weren't really relevant. Because if you're going to say the same thing no matter what, you're wasting your time and theirs in the diagnosis. And here's the other thing about prescribing is you want to present your offer, what you do, your solution, and then ask what questions they have. Okay. Without offering up the price yet. I'm going to describe what I do. I'm going to map each one of the things that I do back to the problems that they told me that they had. And then I will end it by saying, okay, now what questions do you have? And one of two things happens. They either say, how does this work? Tell me more about that. And they'll ask you to go deeper into an explanation on what you do, which is good. Answer the questions, right? They're curious. Or they'll say, okay, how much is it? And that's good too, because when you do that, you're actually giving your prospect some control and you're inviting them to share what's on their mind candidly, right? So before we're getting into price, before we're talking about money, what questions do you have? And their most important questions may not have anything to do with price yet. They may want you to prove what you do more and explain what you do more. Okay. So you're inviting them to share that. And if they ask what the price is, well, now they're asking you to talk about money. And it's a subtle change. But when prospects ask you, okay, what's the price? They're just a little less defensive. And you'll see that's the theme throughout here. What we're trying to do is we're trying to lower defenses so that we can have a more genuine conversation. Okay. Now, when they've asked what the price is, which they will inevitably, right? Like you will answer all their questions. And then after you answer a question, you say, okay, what other questions do you have? Answer it. What other questions do you have? At some point, if they're still with you, they're going to ask how much it is. And when they do, now you're ready to close. Okay. Now, one question I get, do you try to close on like one call? Yes, we do. And we have with clients that are selling $65,000 products. And I do in our program. And here's why. When you follow this process, by the time you get to this point, the close is almost anticlimactic because people have been given a lot of roads to exit if they're not actually interested, if they're not with you. So if they're with you at this point, it's not really like, the old school sales, hard close type of stuff. They've asked for a price and they've shared what their problems are. You've said, hey, this is something that we can work on. And the way that I close is really simple. Is there any reason not to get started today? Right? So you share the price, you share the terms that go along with it. And when you do, you end it with, is there any reason not to get started today? Right? You're asking for the commitment. And it invites them again to tell you what's on their mind. If there are reasons to not get started, when you say, is there any reason not to get started today? They'll tell you. And sometimes those reasons are going to be valid. All right. Sometimes they're not. And it comes back to me having an obligation. And if the reasons don't seem valid, I will challenge. I will push back because I don't want somebody to not take action because I was afraid to challenge them. And if I don't, then I feel like I'm letting them down. So share the investment amount and then why don't we get started today? Any reason not to? Now I say here, clarify and schedule next steps. This is if you don't get the sale right here, they say, all right, let's talk here in a couple of weeks. Okay, cool. As much as possible, you want to schedule those things while you have people on the phone, right? We call it BAM BAM, right? Book a meeting from a meeting, right? You want to lock in next steps as much as possible and get commitment. If they're not willing to commit to the next step, then they weren't going to commit to buying anyway. Okay. Now I may start getting some objections and that's good. I love objections every business is going to have different objections, right? So it's impossible to write down a list of every single one that you're going to get. But chances are there's going to be 3 or 5 that you probably know that you're going to get in advance. I would write them down, and I would have a statement or something to help you address and handle those objections, because you don't want to act, flat-footed when they happen. Okay. Now here's how I think about objections. Our job it's to address them. It's to handle them. It's not to overcome them. When you hear people, sales trainers talking about overcoming objections, that's a combative mindset. And no one buys in confrontational, combative environments. Not one time I ever heard a really hard sale and a hard objection and somebody say, I really loved being called wrong. And I'm very defensive, but I'm going to go ahead and hand you my credit card anyway. That's not how it ever happens, right? Our job is to handle them. It's to invite the objection, listen actively, and then handle it, address it, because it's just another version of a question. Okay. Now, one of my absolute go-tos on objections across many industries is, why do you say that? So it's price is too high. Okay. Why do you say that? And ask them to explain it to you. Well, I'm going to shop around and explore some other options. Okay. I understand. Why do you say that? We can't do this right now. Why do you say that? And again, you're opening the door for them to share what's actually on their mind, because the initial objection is rarely the actual core objection. All right. Now, a few things. When you're talking about objections and you're talking about how you're handling them, you want to map them back to the diagnosis as much as possible. You want to make it relevant to what they said. What were their problems? What were their pains? Tie action today back to solving those problems. The second thing is clarify the root cause. Just as an example, when somebody says, okay, well, I've got to talk to my partner about this, may be valid, but may not be. And so my, follow-up, if I want to get to the root cause, I would say something like, okay, totally understand. If I may ask you, Ray, if this were entirely up to you, what would your decision be today? Okay, I'm trying to get to the root cause. Is what they're telling me a valid objection, or is what they're telling me just smokescreen? Okay. Third thing is challenging in action. And this goes back to my core philosophy. My core philosophy is I serve by selling. And if I actually help people, I'm letting them down if they don't buy from me. And I want to challenge respectfully, professionally, but I want to challenge in action. Right now, we have in the text part below, I've shared the playbook that offers some additional context on each one of these pieces. So go ahead, grab that PDF. Feel free to look through that. What I will say is, if I was just going to build my own from scratch all over, say you don't like this process. Okay. I'm looking for a handful of things. One is consistency. Sales is a science, and you want to be able to isolate variables. So as much consistency as possible, so that when you make changes, you can understand what's working and what's not. Right. The second thing is I want to depersonalize this as much as possible. I want to separate myself as a person and my work as a product. Okay. So that I'm not really emotionally charged about this. The third thing is qualification. I don't want to waste my time, and I don't want to waste the time of the people that I'm talking about. If they're not qualified to buy, if I can't truly solve the problem that they have, if I can't alleviate the pain that they have, if they don't have the money to buy, then we're wasting our time. And not just mine, we're wasting both of our times. And I want to establish authority and credibility in my process. This is partly about being able to lead them through the process, because they won't follow you if you haven't established some authority and credibility. It's also about getting premium rates. Going back to one of my points about expert pricing. Okay. So part of my process is going to be specifically designed to demonstrate my credibility, my authority on this particular subject. The fifth piece here is diagnose before you prescribe. Resist the urge to talk about you and your stuff and your solutions until you've gotten a legitimate diagnosis. And the way that I look at it is if you walked into your doctor's office and before he asked any questions, he wrote a prescription, you might question that, right? Like it's not going to have the same meaning as if you sat and asked a bunch of questions and he took your vitals and did some blood tests and, did an MRI or whatever it is. Okay. And then lastly, effective at closing. This is where a lot of processes fall apart because it's a lot easier to ask questions about somebody else's business or about their situation. And it's somewhat easier to talk about how you can help address those things. But when it comes to the closing, it's where I see a lot of processes fall apart. So I want a process that's really strong on closing, and we want to sniff out like the real objections. And this is where a lot of people get weak. Now, looking back, I could have avoided some shitty clients, candidly, with a better sales process. I could have avoided discounting rates if I had a stronger, more consistent close and presentation like the one that I've structured here. And I could have gotten a lot of time back from not chasing people that I thought were hot if I had a better sales process. Okay. So this is really important that you do all the work to get them here. You want to make sure that you're executing a consistent process to optimize your results. All right. Now we've got a target market. We've got an offer to sell. We have a way to make them aware of it. We have a way to capture leads. We have a process to close them. Now I've got a system. I've got a system to start acquiring clients, and I simply keep running it and I keep iterating. I keep improving until I get sufficient, steady cash flow. And then you talk about building up systems a different way. This is my biggest lessons section. It used to be named the biggest mistakes, but I've changed that because they're not all mistakes. Some of them were wins, but they had teachable moments in there. And the section's a little embarrassing, obviously, because a lot of them are mistakes. They're things that I just learned through trial and error, through experience, but they're the ones that I believe to be the most impactful ones. And they're the ones that I tend to see my friends, my clients make most consistently. And I'm sharing them with you because the more that I talk to people, the more I realize I'm not alone, right? So if these were really impactful lessons for me, my goal, my hope is that they're impactful for you too. And you can just avoid them by learning through me. Okay. Now I'll continue to add to this, both the victories and the mistakes. Because this journey that I'm on is far from over. I have a lot more learning to go when you have access to this for life. So I'll keep adding to this. And here's the thing, like if my view is if we're not making mistakes, we're not trying hard enough. So I'm going to keep plowing forward. I'm going to keep learning lessons. I'm going to keep dropping them here. Okay. So this one is kind of odd because I'm a sales executive, right? But I didn't optimize for sales early enough. And because I was so busy, I was putting all these pieces in place that were going to lead to sales, right? So I'm overthinking content. I'm overthinking branding. I'm overthinking putting processes in place. I'm overthinking creating playbooks. And I should have focused on the one thing that mattered most, which for me was sales. I needed to drive sales. And if I started over again today, I would be harvesting from my content day one. I would be sniping on Upwork immediately. I would put sales at the top of my priority list and not all the things that I thought were necessary before I focused on sales because they weren't. Hell, I postponed launching this course waiting to build I needed more audience or I needed more reach, and I postponed it. I ended up launching it on the pre-sale, which was just $47. I made a post early on LinkedIn, sent it out there, held my breath for a second, and we had $800 in sales on that. it's really easy to get distracted. It's really easy to lose focus on what the most critical thing is. But here's what I learned, and we know this. So this is just reaffirming probably something that you know, but that I needed to hear at the time. And it is, sales is oxygen for your business. All right. Oxygen is necessary for survival. And we've got to get oxygen in the system now. We've got to get cash in, and then we worry about the cosmetic stuff later. Okay. So if I'm starting over day one, these are the steps throughout the course, the things that I would focus on, and then I would drive sales. I would do the stuff that I'm talking about immediately, and I would not focus on anything else. And I would get my first handful of clients, and I would just keep iterating and learning, and focusing on what matters most at that time. Another lesson that I learned was that I didn't need to hire people to do certain things. Now, again, I came into this as an executive, and like all executives, I didn't really do anything. I'm kidding, kind of. But I built teams to do things. I built systems to do things. I had people to do things. So, I was a vision guy, right? Like, let's clarify the vision. I was the design the system guy. I wasn't the person that actually pushed the buttons and turned the knobs. And so I assumed going into this business, it'd be very similar, right? Like, I would have the vision. I could see where it was going. I'm just going to focus on my zone of genius. I'm not going to do anything else. I'm going to farm all of that out. And I can't tell you how many freelancers I hired to do shit that I never used, right? I can't tell you how many copywriters I hired to write stuff that I never used. How many agencies and how many contractors that I had working on projects and working on setups and working on tech that I never used. And I wasted time, I wasted money, I wasted energy trying to delegate stuff because it was too early to delegate, right? There are just certain decisions. There are certain things in your business at the very early stage when you're going 0 to 1, 1 to 2, not necessarily 2 to 10, but early on, there's certain things, there's certain decisions and certain actions that you've just got to own in your business. You can't outsource like your marketing initially. Why? Because you're outsourcing key strategic decisions within your marketing. Your marketing is your strategy, right? Like what is marketing? Marketing is understanding your audience, understanding your offer, understanding your messaging, understanding all those things. You've got to understand those things before you can ask somebody else to execute that, right? You don't want to outsource decisions on who your market is and what your message is and what your offer is. Like, those are the guts of your business. You're basically outsourcing building a business to somebody else. And it's not going to work for you. Plus you're going to get all kinds of conflicting opinions from different agencies and different biases and all kinds of different, there's a whole lot of reasons that it doesn't work, but those are some of the things that you can't outsource. And I look at this and I say, if I'm starting over again, there's a few things that I think are really critical to learn on your own, to not outsource and for you to know them. If you're not already good at them, to get good enough at them that you understand them. Doesn't mean you have to do these things forever. Like, I'm not saying that this is your job description forever, but I am saying you need to know them well enough to operate your business effectively. One is copywriting. Copywriting, for me, it tends to come easy, right? Like, I've always liked writing, but if it doesn't for you, like, I'd highly recommend learning the craft. And learning that skill and practicing it. Doesn't mean you need to be the best copywriter on the planet, but you need to be able to spot good copy. You need to understand, how am I going to change the message and all of that for my market? Because that's how you're going to convey what it is that you do, who it is that you target, what it is that makes you different, all of those things. And you can't get to your North Star if you have other people that are driving these key decisions, especially around your messaging. So copywriting is something that I would get good enough at. And if you're already good at it, just brush up on that. But copy is really essential. The second is the mechanics around your marketing machine. So in the marketing machine section, I said, hey, you want something that's, simple, that's flexible, that's fast, that allows you to do some of the operations in it. And again, like, not saying that this has to be your job description forever, but you need to be able to drive your marketing boat. Right? You have to be able to choose the direction. You have to be able to make the changes. You have to be able to make the iterations. You have to be able to read the data. You've got to be able to understand the mechanics. In an online business, your marketing is one of your superpowers. And if you don't understand how the machine works, if you don't understand, what is really happening, then you don't know what's really happening in your business, and you're going to be missing opportunities. And then you're going to hire some agencies. Agencies are going to filter the data. And I can't tell you how many audits that I went into for businesses a little bit larger, but I went into these businesses. They said, oh, we've got these reports from these agencies. Things seem to be going well. Our cost per lead is this and but it's just not flowing through the revenue. And I look at it and I'm like, well, the agencies are bullshitting you, right? And the founder says, well, I'm looking at these numbers and I say, okay, well, let's track it through to revenue and let's do this. Let's tinker this. And you look at it and you go, oh, that's the actual cost of acquisition. That's the amount of marketing that's going through the bottom line. Well, the problem was they didn't understand it, right? So they're paying these people $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 a month to bullshit them. And that happens all the time, even with solopreneurs that hire freelancers and say, hey, can you set up my Kajabi, or can you run these email campaigns? And they're getting data and they're getting feedback and they're getting bills and they're paying them. They don't really know what's going on. And I think it's a handicap. So I would learn how to drive my speedboat. Doesn't mean that you have to drive the luxury ocean liner when you get to that stage. But early stage, there's too much data in there, right? There's too much to learn. And then the third thing is sales. Some people are going to go, all right, cool, easy. Some people are going to go, I really don't want to do sales. And I get it. But selling your stuff is essential for two reasons. One is, even if you're not good at sales, or you think you're not good at sales, no one can sell you and your capabilities better than you, right? You better than anyone. You have more context for you. You have more context for who you want your market to be, where you want your business to go, what you're willing to offer, those types of things. And no one's going to be as confident about the ability to deliver results more than you. Okay. Not even an all-star salesperson. If you have picked a market that you can help solve a specific problem and you can get them the transformation that they want, even if you're not following all the best practices in sales, the confidence is something that you're going to project to your audience. Okay. So that's one reason. The second reason that you want to do sales early on is sales is R&D, right? It's a research and development arm. I have said this for decades from sales teams that I manage. They'd pay I'd be in companies and they'd pay shitloads of money to have these market research things done. They'd come back with findings and I'm like, not even true, right? And you go, wow, we just paid $300,000 for that. My sales team could have told you the actual truth because they're talking to people all day long. This is no different than in a 1-person business or a 5-person business. The conversations that you're having with people are very telling. The questions that they ask, the way that they respond to things, the things that they push back on, the questions that they don't ask, right? These are all things that you can learn in one-on-one conversations. And if you have somebody else selling for you, it is a lot of context that you are missing. And it's a missed opportunity. So, those are 3 things that I would definitely do myself. But overall, one of the lessons was hiring people to solve problems that I needed to solve, right? I needed to define the strategy. I needed to define the vision. I needed to set some of these initial things up and be able to understand these systems well enough to be able to manage my own business. Then I could get more help because I was able to actually tell people what I wanted done as opposed to just shooting in the dark. I was pacing myself with people that were too far ahead of me, right? So what I would do is I would look at other people that were succeeding, that were in a similar space, or they were doing similar type of consulting or similar type of coaching. And I would say, hey, this is what they're doing. So if I emulate what they're doing, then it should work for me, right? But that's not always the case. Sometimes that works, but sometimes it doesn't, and I liken it to, if a caterpillar sees what the butterfly is doing, it's like, hey, let me do that. Let me do whatever the butterfly is doing. Well, there's a really important step in between. There's the pupa, right? Well, if the caterpillar doesn't have the context of that stage at the pupa, if that's what you call it, but if the caterpillar doesn't have that context, then it's going to be emulating the wrong thing, because context is absolutely essential. So when you're looking at people that are ahead of you, which is a good way to think, hey, how can I emulate what other people are doing? But recognize context is really essential, and understanding the steps that people took to get there might have actually impacted their ability to get there. So if you skip certain steps, you're not going to get the same outcome. If the caterpillar skips the pupa stage, you don't get the butterfly, right? So oftentimes those steps in between are essential. So as much as possible, reverse engineer, make sure that there's not contextual things that you're missing so that you don't waste a lot of time emulating stuff that's not going to work, or it's not going to work until you're at a certain stage. So if somebody else is at step 20 and you're at step 2, just make sure like that you've got the context that's necessary, that step 3, 4, 5, 6, the steps in between weren't essential to getting to that stage. And I learned that lesson the hard way a couple of times. And so now I just know whenever I see stuff of what other people are doing, a lot of times I just ignore it because I know, hey, you know what? I know that I don't have enough context to know what it took to get there. And I'm also like now knowing a lot of people that are online, a lot of people are just full of shit too. So be careful of that. But recognize, don't pace yourself with people too far ahead of you. And if you do, make sure you've got the context you need.
You can buy people's experience and you can buy their knowledge. And when they package it, this course is an example, right? I spent a period of time going through things, learning things. I've packaged that up and I'm now selling it to you. And for the price that you paid, you're getting the experience that I had. And there are other programs. I invested about $2,500 into a program that became the basis of learning how to productize my services. I invested about $12,500 into a program that became the basis of learning how to create funnels. I invested in LinkedIn coaching. I invested in LinkedIn courses. I have made dozens of these investments, and I've learned that when you invest in yourself, when you invest in your skills, your knowledge, it's going to fast track your success so long as the people that you're investing in are legit. I mean, that doesn't mean every program that's out there is going to give you the same value. But I initially took like the approach that after I get some more sales, I will make some of these more substantial investments. And the challenge becomes if the things that you're doing when sales are low are the wrong things, okay, and they're gonna keep you going down the path, and it's gonna make it harder to get to the point that you have the money to make the investment you need to fix the path you're on. Okay. So if I had this to do over again, I would have just made some of these investments way sooner in the process, and it would have fast tracked my path to where we are right now. Now I do need to reinforce that doesn't mean everyone that's out there selling something has a solution that's going to fast track your success. So do your homework, make sure people are credible, look at their backgrounds, like know who you're buying from, know whose advice that you're taking. It's the reason that at the beginning of this program, I invested some time into giving you my background and my experience so that you knew you had there was some validity there. Okay. So do some homework, but there are some incredible programs, some really specialized things that may seem expensive. Like some of these investments made me gulp, like investing over $10,000 when that was like 2 months of sales. That felt like a risky proposition. Had I not done it though, I wouldn't have gotten to the next level. I didn't leverage work to get work well enough, in hindsight. And what I mean by that is I didn't take the work that I was doing and fully leverage it to make sure that I could do similar work, but at higher rates the next time. So, and part of this was because early on I wasn't niched down enough, right? So I was doing some work over here and some work over here and some work over here and some work over here. So the testimonials or the case studies from this work weren't necessarily relevant for this work, which doesn't help. Then when I did start to niche down a little bit, I was just reluctant, right? Like I was like, I don't really want to post these results, and I'm not sure what they're going to think if I post it. And, it's like feels uncomfortable to be promotional, so I was a little gun shy about posting testimonials, about posting social proof, about using case studies. And that's just a huge mistake. Looking back, I realized that some of my biggest jumps in my rates came from using great work to get more great work, but in the same space. So as an example, worked with a coaching company, and I did like a sales playbook for about $2,500.
and used the results that we got there. And there was another coaching company that wanted something really similar. And the playbook that we had created and that I helped kind of manage and install, was starting to get some really good close rate results. So I used that. And on my next one, instead of 2,500, charged a lot more. And on my next one, charged a lot more. And my next one charged a lot more. Then when you hear me talk about $15,000, $30,000, $40,000 a month retainers, those are in very high ticket coaching programs. Why? Because I was able to lever up every single time. I was able to take great work and use it to get more great work at a higher dollar amount. And then every time I got a better client at a higher dollar amount, I was able to focus even more, double down, get them better results, and then just keep moving up the ladder. Right. So, using case studies, using testimonials, using results in your content, in your marketing, is part of the lesson here. The other part of the lesson is don't be gun shy, right? Like you are the head of PR. You are the head of marketing in your business. If you are not doing PR well enough in your business, you are failing your business, right? So just recognize some days you are director of PR. That is your job title. That is your job description. And if you're not doing it, then you're just failing, right? So fire yourself and then get another head of PR yourself. Do it better. Like that's the best piece of advice I can give you. And know that if you're uncomfortable with that for any reason, totally normal. The more you do it, the more comfortable you get with it, right? Like it's an evolution. It's something I'm still going through. Like it's still not all the way, comfortable. And I still have some, like my coaches and advisors, some like, hey, that's a limiting belief. Okay. You're right. Got it. So completely normal, but don't be shy about the work that you're doing because that's how you're going to get really big steps up in the quality of your work and your rates.
All right. Now this is one that in hindsight, if I could just erase all the things that I was trying to solve that ended up not happening or not mattering, we would be talking about being where we are in a quarter of the time. And so when I say I got stuck solving problems that never really occurred, this is still something I actually still have to fight, right? And the more that you grow, the further that you have to plan ahead, right? But if you're under $1 million in sales, the here and now is what's most important. And if you're solving for problems that are way out in the future, chances are they're never going to happen because you're going to have iterations and changes along the way. And too much change is going to happen by the time that these problems that you're seeing way down the road for them to happen. I'll give you a couple examples. We, as I mentioned earlier, we overbuilt our tech stack, but we overbuilt this tech stack to manage all these leads that weren't actually coming in yet. Okay. I should have proven the concept on a smaller machine, on a smaller principle first. We got really worried about scaling myself when we didn't even have like a full book of clients. So here I am thinking about, well, I can't do that forever because how am I can't scale myself. Well, I don't even have a full book of clients today. That's not the problem today. I got worried about handling a lot of data from all the funnels that we're going to get before we had any traffic. Like here's our motto now. The way that we look at it is address the one big problem or the one big opportunity that we have right now. And we clarify it, right? What problem are we trying to solve? What's the big problem that we need to be working on? What's the big opportunity that we're working on? And then focus on effective today, not efficiency later, right? Don't overthink it. Just address the issues as they come up. And then as you start creeping up in sales, you'll start having the headspace to start thinking further ahead. Okay. So just don't get stuck solving problems that aren't going to happen. And the best way to do that is address the ones that are right in front of you. Letting perfectionism slow me down and make me risk averse was not only just a lesson for me, it is one that I see very frequently. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that we are the product in many ways. And it's a personal branding thing, right? I wanted things to look good. I wanted them to be great. I wanted them to be perfect. And my name's on it, right? But this is just fear. It's procrastination. And fear was telling me, well, what are these people going to think? Or what if this thing flops, or how's it going to look, or what if no one buys it? And, I would look at it and I'd say, it's on social media. So, we got friends and former colleagues and maybe prospective clients, and they're all watching. And listen, you can't break through. You can't get to the next level with that mindset. Like these are limiting beliefs. I know it from experience. These are limiting beliefs, and allowing perfectionism, allowing fear to take hold slows you down. And in some cases leads to complete inaction. It costs you money, and it is literally the source of so many failures that I've seen as a business. People just coming to a grinding halt, or being afraid to move forward or take some chances. And here's the thing, like, not as many people are watching as you think. And the one thing that I ask myself, does the person that I'm listening to, does the person I'm concerned about right now, do they have what I want? And if not, why do I give a shit? Okay. So keep your eye on the prize, recognize nothing's going to be perfect. And just because your name's on it doesn't mean you have to strive for perfection. We want effectiveness and we want progress. And you can't do that if you're timid to move forward. And this is something that it's even today, it's still something that I have to check myself on and make sure I don't let it get in my way. It just takes intentional effort.
Hey, what's up? Congratulations. You made it to the end of this thing. Less than 15% of people actually finish online courses. That includes people that buy courses. They buy the course and then they don't finish it, which means an even smaller number of people implement what they learned, right? So very few people actually finish, and then fewer actually go to implement and actually get the results. So here's why I only ask for you. My ask for you is that you implement this, like put this into action. And if you got value out of this, share it with someone. Go ahead and like it, go ahead and comment, something like that. But share it with somebody else if you found it helpful, if you found it valuable, because if I could go back and do this again, I think that this would have shaved years off of my journey if I had this tool to begin with. So I appreciate that you've started, that you've finished, you've given me as much time as you have. Thank you. Hope that I have reciprocated and given you the value that you were looking for. Again, if you have questions, drop them below and we'll do our best to answer them. Happy building. Adios.